Okay. Hey guys. Good afternoon, and welcome to today's live conversation. I am super excited. I'm super excited and more excited that we started right on time. We are not late today because no, we cannot afford to be late today. Why? Because there is a lot to talk about, and more importantly, we have an iconic individual that we will be conversing with. We're going to be having a live conversation with an iconic individual. Guys, I'm literally wearing one of my best white shirts today. That is to show you how excited I am. Yeah. I've been announcing for days now on all my platforms that we're going to be conversing with Bunny B. Bunny B. And guys, oh my God, this is something I've been dying to do right from the very first moment I saw this woman on the night of the launch show of this Big Brother and Zamzi Umlilo season, and oh my God, the moment I saw her, she reminded me of Ledato and Papa Ghost from the previous season. And you all know what Gloria Elijah likes. I love people that understand a game. I love people that understand the assignment. And the moment they deliver, they hit something in my brains. And that was exactly what Bonnie B did. I watched her life in the house, saw how she played the game and was quite interested. But then everything happened and we are where we are today now. But remember, guys, there's something I always tell you all in this community, that the camera shows, or rather the camera sees it all 24/7. But us, the viewers out here, we only see what we are shown. And that is why we love having conversations like this, because we want to know things that we were not, shown from the house, and also to know what's in the mind of some of these housemates, and especially the ones that we pick interest in during the show. So yeah, not to say too much anymore. First off, let me welcome every single one of you wherever you're watching this live from. You're especially welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. You are welcome. I want to appreciate all of you for your time, for your commitment, for your excitement. You guys are showing so much love to Bunny B in the comment section, especially those of you on YouTube. Thank you all so much for being so positive. I remember what we always say in this community: everybody has a right to express their opinion. Everybody has a right to having a different perspective. However, how we do it over here is we respectfully and politely express our opinions and share our perspectives. All right. That is what makes us mature individuals. And that is why we are growing over here, because this is a safe space and we welcome all and sundry to be a part of us. All right. Now, without further ado, let's welcome Bunny B. Hi.
Hi, Chloe. How are you?
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am starstruck. I am never easily starstruck, but Bunny, I am starstruck. I wish I could see you right now. You see that low five you normally give to Nsuku and Mata? I want to do that to you right now.
I'm giving you a virtual one, honey. I'm giving you a virtual one.
I am receiving it and I'm giving it back to you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks to yourself.
Oh my goodness. I feel so relieved now that I can hear your voice. You're sounding bubbly and you're sounding well. I feel better now. How are you? Look at me. I'm still asking you, how are you?
I'm really doing I'm really doing great, my love. I'm doing great.
Wow, that is great news. And I'm super excited about it. And first of all, Bunny, I want to thank you specially for accepting my virtual invitation. I want to thank you for coming through, because for me, it's a big deal when housemates or people, individuals that participate on this Big Brother show, when they choose to come to my community to have a conversation with me. It shows how brave you are, and I really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
No, thank you for even extending the invitation to me. I'm also honored to be on your platform.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And special thanks to your, I don't know if she's the manager or if the social media handler, but this person really, really worked day and night, to do the Lord's work on your behalf. And she is also one of the reasons this is possible. I don't really know her name directly, but I want to extend my appreciation to her as well. So thank you so much to her if she can hear.
Yes.
All
I
right.
appreciate everybody who's been supportive and been handling my account. The two ladies have been honestly so superb in everything that they've been doing on my social media platforms.
Yes, yes, yes. Now, before we get into our questions today, Bonnie, first off, I want to let you know these, yeah? They are not rules, they are just conditions for yourself, all right? So, number one, you are under no duress to answer any question you do not want to answer, all right?
Okay.
Yeah. Any question I ask you, if it's too much for you to handle, feel free to bypass it and feel free to express yourself as much as you want. This is a safe space, and I'm proud to tell you that we have a lot of open-minded individuals in this community. And trust me, you will not regret being yourself over here and really bearing out your heart as much as you want. All right.
Yeah.
Great, great, great. All right, now let's begin with your headspace. Where is your head at right now? How is your mental health? How are you doing?
Like I said before, Glory, I'm actually doing really great. I'm not feeling any regret or disappointment, anxiety, stress, and all of that. Because me being on that platform, I wanted to go there for the exposure, for the experience and the exposure. So I got what I needed to get, even if it was for 2 weeks. Those who needed to see me saw me, and I'm just really blossoming being outside the house also. I've just been attending interviews, going to auditions, so I don't feel like I'm stagnant, nor do I feel like that was the end of the road for me. It was just the beginning of a new chapter. So mentally I'm doing great, and I feel like I'm stronger than ever.
Great, great, great. And that is something I want to give to you. I watched you in that house. There are a lot of things I saw. I don't want to say it because I want to hear it from you by yourself. And every time I tell myself that this woman is very strong. And it was painful that a lot of people did not see it. And I'll explain what I mean, right? But especially during your punishment, you were still able to smile and joke with people. Buddy, who are you? What are you made of? What are you made of? Come on. Wow. Now, listen, yeah. Now, seriously, there's something I tweeted. I tweeted that people can argue with whatever they want to argue with, but Bonnie B remains the Umlilo, was and still is the Umlilo of the season, whether they like it or yes. And that's a fact. Written on marble. They say nothing is written on marble. Bonnie, this one, it is written on marble. I need you to give yourself a pat on the back and tell yourself, girl, well done. You started the season. Girl, you started the season. You set it on fire. You led. You said you are a born leader. You started leading quite literally and figuratively, and everybody started following. You were keeping everybody on their toes. Girl, take your flowers. Take your flowers.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, let's officially begin this conversation. All right. Now, away from being an ex-Humlilo housemate, who is Bonnie B? Because it seems like a lot of people do not really know you because of what happened on the first night, but we'll get there. So, who are you? Tell us about yourself. Tell us about what you're passionate about. What keeps you going on a normal day?
So Bonnie B is a 28-year-old single mother of two boys, one dad. I also said that on the show.
Nice.
And I don't judge also. I'm very caring, sharing, spontaneous, crazy, wild. I'm literally just what you would get in a Sagittarius person. And I'm a ride or die when it comes to my friends and my family. So a lot of people don't understand the type of person that I am, but I call a spade, and that's just about it.
Mhm.
I'm able to people. I listen. I do share those sentimental moments with my friends or my family. And I'm a passionate lover, and that's my weakness, to be honest. And if I could alternate that, I would definitely do that. But in a nutshell, that's who Bonni is. My passion is performing arts and theatre skills, and that's what I studied at the Market Theatre Laboratory. And I'm also passionate about cannabis and the health properties that it has. So at some point, I really want to become a business mogul in the cannabis industry. And I also want to be a brand ambassador for the South African Blood Bank due to what happened to my sister and learning about toxic shock syndrome and what it can do to your bloodstream. So I would like to also share my sister's story through people donating blood.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you so much. And we're really sorry about your sister. You know, the news came at a time in the show when people were still trying to unravel the housemates. So when housemates tell their stories, people are not really sure what is real and what is fake and what is being told as a sub story to gather sympathy from the viewers, right? So my heart goes out to you, and I hope you stay strong in that regard.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. All right. So another question that has been burning in my heart to ask you is, you are, yeah, girl, you are a box of mysteries that I want to unravel today. So you are a mother of two, right? And from where I come from, I'm in Nigeria, by the way. From where I come from, a lot of times motherhood tends to overshadow the bubbly personalities of the women that are mothers a lot of times because of how they feel, maybe about the stress, the burden, but you are so bubbly, you are so young and fresh, your mindset, the way you think, but more importantly, moving away from your kids to come into the show for this experience, knowing about the backlash, the toxicity, how it can make or break you, but you still took away time to leave your kids to come for this experience. How did you have to deal with that? What is it like being a single mom, and how were you able to transition into this phase, this new phase?
I don't want to come across wrong, Glory, but for me, it was like a mommy vacation. It was something that I needed because through my sadness, through my happiness, my joy, depression, all of the emotions that I experienced being a single mom, and even in my own personal life, this is the break that I needed to get away from my kids and come back being a refreshed mommy and restart again, because it was just getting too much in my own personal life. But for me, the transition wasn't even bad because I needed this. This is something that I needed to say, I need a break. I need a break from being a mommy. Can I just be Bonni for once and execute that to the best of my ability? Because at the end of the day, me being on that platform is going to allow me to open up offers that I need to be able to sustain myself and my kids. So the transition wasn't really bad, and also because I have such a great support system.
Great. One thing I really love about you is the fact that you are very honest about yourself and what you believe in and what you stand for. We don't get a lot of that. Yeah, we don't get a lot of that these days. People shy away from being honest with themselves because of societal norms and restrictions. So I appreciate you for being yourself. Yeah. And how does it feel being a single mom? How does it feel?
It's ups and downs, to be honest. Some days it's great, some days it's difficult, especially like I didn't really connect with my brother growing up. So we just have a full house of girls. So having to raise boys now for me becomes difficult. I always have to go to my dad and ask, okay, Dad, what do I do here? How do I do this or do that? What would you have liked your mom to do when you were growing up? So I have to ask my dad all the time for assistance in terms of how to raise my boys and how do I relate to them also. So some days it's challenging, some days it's amazing, some days it's hard. But I just have to ride the emotion as it comes. I can't really force it to be happy all the time or force it to get better, And I feel like that's another thing that makes me strong, and it makes me also grow up as being a single mom and being young also.
Wow, that's really That's inspiring, you know. Single mom raising two boys, that is not easy. But listen, give yourself a
Yeah.
pat on the back every time and tell yourself you're doing great. All right? Tell yourself you're doing great.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the show. We're going to take a soft landing on this one. You know, when people,
Okay.
yes. So, you know, when people pass the audition phase of this Big Brother show,
Yeah.
a lot of people think about what they're going to come do on the show. They're going to think about how they're going to play the
Yeah.
game. So, what was your first impression when you first heard of the theme of the season, Umlilo?
Hmm. Literally, Bonnie, be yourself. I am a fire sign, like I said, I'm a Sagittarius baby. So it's literally be yourself.
Yeah.
Honestly, just be yourself and unapologetically also. Just execute yourself in the best manner that you want people to know you in, and also the way you want people to see you shine. And people must feel your heat also. Be a queen. Don't fight for your throne if it's already yours, you know? Like, I'm not a pig. I'm not going to roll in the mud, understand? So it was literally like, Bonnie, this show is for you. So be yourself.
Interesting,
Yeah.
interesting. And you took cognizance of that theme, right? You took cognizance of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, yeah?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, exactly. And you see, how you just described your first impression, that's one thing I always emphasize on before any season of the show begins. For me, I'm always looking forward to individuals that will come into the house and really interpret the theme of the season. And I think that is what really
Yeah.
that's what really caught my attention from you and a lot of other people, because from the very first night, you were already giving us a show. And people were super excited about the season already. That, oh my, no, I'm not even trying to flatter you, Bonnie. This is facts. From the very
Yeah.
first night,
Yeah.
because on the stage of the launch show, people are going to say things. Housemates will say, I will do this, I will do that, I will do this, I will do that. But you, from the stage, you're already saying what
Yeah.
you're going to do. And you started it.
Yeah.
You literally broke a kumbaya system that had not even started. So,
Thank you.
yeah, girl, that was iconic. That was iconic. So well done for that, right? So another question I want
Thank
to ask
you.
you, yeah, because I'm really trying to understand where Bonnie B started working her game from, yeah. So are you a fan of the show? Have you been watching previous seasons of the show? Are you familiar with games and strategies that previous housemates have played before?
To be honest, Glory, I did watch season one, right, when there was Richard and Tatiana. But then as the years went by, I wasn't really much glued onto Big Brother. But from season one, it was something that I always wanted to do. And even when I was of age to be able to enter, I had my kids, so I wasn't able to. They were still young. I needed to still raise them up, you know. So for me, this was my moment. And I didn't watch, let's say, the past 3 seasons, basically. So I'm not really aware of people, how they were, their strategy and everything in terms of being in the house.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So did you yourself cook up like any sort of strategy, before going into the house? Like, okay, this is what I'm going to do to buy longevity in the game. Did you?
No, I just told myself, Bonnie, you are the strategy. Your characterity as a whole, just do exactly what you need to do, execute the assignment truthfully and honestly, unapologetically. And those who like you, and those who don't. And that's also okay, you know? So that's how I went into the game.
Interesting. And the reason I'm asking all of these questions is that a lot of people felt like you were trying to use kitchen monopoly as a strategy because you were cooking all the time. Yeah. So the question is cooking your passion, or it was just part of your strategy to remain in the kitchen? Which was it?
Cooking was literally them telling me, because when I entered the house, I asked who knows how to cook. Let's work in the kitchen so we can alternate, and everybody kept quiet. So I ended up taking the reins and cooking in the kitchen. So I felt like now the girls feel like they're a bit intimidated that I'm constantly cooking 3 times a day. Now they want to be glorified. They want to be congratulated congratulated for being in the kitchen, like, food, Bonni about the dishes that I'll be making in the kitchen. So I felt like they also want the attention on them. So now the kitchen started becoming a place where people felt like this is where she's getting her. But remove all that aside, I love to cook, and in the house at home, I cook all. It was just experience 24 rather house. It wasn't even something that I'm trying to force out of me. It was something that's natural.
Interesting. And in a way, I kind of believe you, because how people don't understand how hectic it is to cook for that large amount of people 3 times a day.
Yeah.
For 7 days a week.
Yeah.
And you were doing it back to back. I mean, to the point that Abobo and Muzi, they had a fight with Google, and it was funny as hell. These people had a fight with Google. They said they cannot even stand doing dishes for 1 hour. Like, why? Bring back Bonni to the kitchen. And the funny thing, the people that were saying that you were trying to control the kitchen, at some point they tried doing it and they got tired. Now they're even complaining that this work is too hard. It's not easy. So what do you think about that now, watching them from outside?
I literally gave them the rope to hang themselves, and I knew that getting into the kitchen is not easy, honestly. And now people are dishing up for their friends more than other people. It's becoming a biased situation, and I'm like, I'm literally cooking out of love. Everybody's going to eat equally. It's nothing about controlling people. But I also don't want to cook when I'm angry if the housemates have upsetted me, because now I'm not going to be executing my favorite dish or my dishes in the correct manner. Because I believe like cooking and acting is the same thing. You become creative, add the spices that you want to make your dish come to be, just like you performing a piece, So when they were like, oh, we want to take the reins, I was like, no, here's the rope. Hang yourself, that they were not going to handle the kitchen as much as I already knew over the 7 days that I was in the kitchen. I knew that after breakfast, I must start preparing lunch. After lunch, I must start preparing dinner, because I know they're going to call us for HOH. They're going to call us for wage up. People are going to be hungry after Friday night games. People want to eat before the Thursday party.
Oh my God. Guys, I apologize.
And I just how to making food throughout the whole day, and I do it easy. So the and how to handle it.
Oh my God. My internet is acting up. Bonni, can you hear me? Because that was, you prepare the meal and you would dish it out equally to everybody. There was no favoritism, because that issue of favoritism became the issue, became the problem, in the kitchen. Up until last week, it was a big deal. And, because of how people already had issues with you from the very first night, and I'm referring to both inside the house now and outside the house, people could not see past, they couldn't see beyond their bias towards you. But that was a key thing that you did. You take out all of that time, you prepare all those meals, and everybody ate to their satisfaction, except the ones that did not like you inside the house. I would say, oh, Bonni's food was not nice. But there were those people that were big fans of your cooking. So well done for that. Well done for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
And just to add a bit, the reason why I would also dish up fairly, Gloria, is that we don't know people's stories. So, what if some housemates came from a situation where there was no food at home and they're coming onto a show to experience the same thing, you know? So, food is something that you can eat and go to the bathroom, you know? So, I don't understand the need of being greedy or being selfish. It's also not my money. I didn't buy it with my own money, but even if I did, just also the integrity that we have in the house. If a visitor comes over, if we've made dinner, make sure they eat before you eat as the person who stays in the house. So for me, the food part was just like something that I learned from home also.
Well done. Well done for that. Well done. Well done. Anyway, we're going to move now to the first night in the house. And that was the night of the luncheon. Yeah. Now, whilst you guys were inside the house, Bonni, I don't know if you've been told, but that first night, most of the viewers were calling for your disqualification already that first night. And it was all because of your power play in the arena during Big Brother's deciding game. You know, by the way, congratulations for being the first housemate to win a leadership role in the season. That was great. Yeah. And so your power play, you know, they said the housemates wanted Dube, but you went ahead and chose Sipali. What was your reason? What was your reason? Because I was trying to defend you and say, no, if I were in the house, I could do the same thing. But let's hear from you. What was your reason for choosing Sipali over Dube?
So with Dube, he mentioned that he was still doing his first year in varsity. And for me, I'm a very advocate when it comes to school. And I do understand that he wants to expand his horizon being on this platform. But most of us are out of school or just completed or are about to complete their degrees. So for me, I was like, Dube's still young, he's fresh, he's got a lot of ideas, he's inspirational. So let him complete school, and then if this is another platform that he wants to be on once he's done that, to expand or to get people to see whatever he's coming up with in terms of his clothing brand, then perfect. But for me, I wanted him to still go back and continue with school. I mean, when you're young, you're fresh with ideas compared to when you're much older. You still have energy and all of that. So I felt like Dube, as much as yes, it is his platform to come here and shine on Big Brother, but I felt like he's still young, he's still fresh, he has a lot ahead of him. And some of us being on the platform, this is our last stepping stone. This is our way of hustling, inverted commas, us also trying to get people to see us, to be in productions and execute ourselves at the best that we can.
Very valid reason. Very valid reason. I'm going to be honest as well. When I listened to Dube, in a way, I was kind of turned off because I felt like, boy, okay, fine, 21 years old, you're not so young, but you're still kind of young. Why do you want to leave school? And you sound like you're an achiever. You have achieved a lot. But there are other people too that are thirsty for the way he was sounding was like, I don't need you people, but just pick me anyways, you know. So yeah, I get you. But that was a very valid reason. Now, so how did you feel when you made that decision and some of the housemates, you know, they were not happy? Did you feel any shift in the energy of the house?
I did, but it didn't bother me because I even told them the person or the people that I'm choosing to come into the house, it's based on energy. And either this person can make or break us. So whatever feeling you guys have, it's okay. Because I remember exactly after I chose Sipali, Ezra was like, Bonni, you had me, but now you're cancelled. Which is so funny because now he's the best of all with Sipali.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it didn't bother me, honestly. I won't lie to you. I was like, you guys are still going to sleep. You're still in Big Brother's house anyway. So whatever decision I make, you're still in the house. It's not like they said I must pick and replace somebody in the house.
Yeah. Wow, that was quite heavy. Anyways, speaking about Sipali, whatever I'm telling you right now, I'm not telling you to dislike him, but of course, we're going to share information anyways. So this young man, his first diary session, he said something which was a huge declaration. Big Brother had asked him how he felt about you choosing him over Dube. And he said he was really grateful that he's in the house because of Bonnie B. He said, Big Brother, I would do anything for Bonnie B. But then,
Oh,
when you, yeah, he said that. He made that declaration during his first diary session. But then, when you started having issues with Ashley, he seemed to join Ashley's gang, and he was saying a lot of things about you, which shocked a lot of us, the viewers. And he was conniving on how they could uproot you from the kitchen, how they could be against you, all of them. Sipali,
oh,
Shini was in that conversation. There was Sweet Guluva. They were conniving on how they were going to rally up the house and they would remove Bonibi from the kitchen. They had enough. And Sipali had the most things to say that night. He was going on and on and on about, oh my God, even the way she talks is so distasteful. And then when he became head of house, he had the veto power, obviously, to save and replace. One would have thought that he would repay the favor, not like it was expected, but one would have thought
yeah.
that that was his opportunity to, okay, this woman gave me the opportunity I have now. Okay, let me save her, put somebody else. But instead, he went ahead and chose his friend, Ezra. So, question to you now, Bonnie B, is what was your relationship with Sipali? And did you notice any friction between both of you? Were you shocked that he did not repay the favor? Did you feel betrayed?
To be honest, it didn't click in my mind, about the save and replace part, because I think at some point when we had our first fake eviction, Melino mentioned the comment that they feel like the four that we've chosen to be in the house, they have to walk on eggshells. It's like they owe us, the other 20 housemates, something. And I was like, yo, I wouldn't want anybody to make me feel like that. So if you guys even feel like that, I'm sorry if it's like if I've made you feel like that, because we're all here. It's just that the 20 of us were just chosen by upper management and you guys were selected by us, but I wouldn't want anybody to feel like that. But with Sipali, what baffles me the most is that to my face, we're cool, we're laughing, Bonni, Sipa, and he knows how silly I can be, how much of a menace I am. So to hear those words, it's like, okay, cool. I must have really gotten to you, which I'm also proud of, but I must have really gotten to you to the extent that I intimidated you. You couldn't even come and tell me to my face how you felt. And I'd say that to all the housemates besides Nsuku and Mata. Nobody in that house could come and tell me how they felt about me. It's like I'm untouchable, And I'm like, guys, I'm just a person. Like the way I tell you guys something, tell me back. And I felt like nobody could ever rise to the occasion. I've always called into order. Bonni, your manner of approach. Bonni, speak to people properly. And I'm like, why can't you guys also rise to the occasion and say it back to me? Like, why are you so scared of me, So for me, that's why I ended up calling them the news anchor group, that they have no backbones, because you guys move as 6 people as a force. I'm just one person and I move as a force. So who has more power?
Exactly. And you see, there was something you mentioned about the bullying situation in the house. And a lot of people brushed it off because they felt like, oh, Bonnie B is very blunt and vocal. So and you see, people always mistake the difference between someone being vocal, blunt, and audacious over someone that is a bully. People always think that Bonnie B is a bully. And then I'm saying, no, there's a difference between when somebody is very expressive and they are not afraid to speak their mind. That cannot be compared to a bully, So that bullying situation, Bonnie B, please expose those housemates that were bullies from day one, but people were not looking at them because you were more vocal. Please tell us about those housemates.
So my first person that I'd say would be a bully there would be Gugu. And then Mandy Hagan, because I feel like she has such a low self-esteem, so she moves with the crowd. I'd also say Ashley at the time, because she didn't quite understand my character and other people within the house. I don't know much of Mshini, but maybe yes, if they're having conversations about me, she'll add in there, Nate, and obviously KB, Sipali, Swiss, Ezra. And I felt like you guys talk about me behind my back. And then if I'm having a fight with Ashley, everybody else that was in the conversation when you guys were talking about me, you guys are all having an input about Bonni. Yeah. And I'm like, but you guys realize that's bullying because it's 5 against 1,
Exactly.
of which I don't mind. I can take you guys all down, but that is bullying what you guys are doing to me. And everybody's like, yo, Mandy said to me specifically, Bonni, you can't act like a victim.
Yes, I heard that.
That's when I ended up saying, there's actually mushrooms in the fridge, because I just wanted to, I was so annoyed by that comment, and I realized her mental capacity and where it's operating at, and I'm like, this is not for me. Let me not get into a fight with Mandy, because I can see here she's not understanding where I'm coming from. Because even sometimes when I say something to Google, she's already snapping at me. And I even made a comment to her, and I'm like, you complain about Nsuku being a specific way, but you're actually like Nsuku. You're just much quieter than Nsuku when she executes whatever she needs to say.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. And this is not to defend you or anything, but to say what I watched, what was shown to us. I noticed that, especially on the first and second night, because of your power play, how you used your power in the deciding game and how blunt you are. I noticed that some of the housemates, like Google, like Nate, they were already on the defensive. So for them, their mission was to antagonize you. So I noticed that anytime you said something, like you're a straight shooter, you just say something, you will see them coming with guns blazing, like they just want to gun you down instantly. And I will come here and I'll say, wow, these people are not wasting time tonight. Like they want to really fight, So it was very glaring for all to see. And the whole gang up situation, we also saw that, you are talking to one person, the next thing, a group is upon you and they want to rip you apart. It was quite sad. Yeah, but I'm glad that you're sharing that, because I really need the viewers to understand the dynamics of the house. People were really one-sided. People did not really want to see the truth for themselves. But now we're going to move on to a very sensitive aspect of this conversation, because it needs to be aired. And this is the part where we need clarity for people to really understand the situation, all right? So I'm talking about the KB situation, obviously. So when that statement came out, I'm going to be honest with you, I did not watch it. I had a glitch. So it was when Nate was doing a propaganda, going around telling everybody in the house that was hearing the talk. And then when Big Brother played the clip before he issued you and Ashley a strike each, I saw the conversation. But for me, I'm more of a contextual person. I want to know the context. So that's a question to you. What was the context of that conversation? What started that conversation? How did you people get there? What you said, I noticed you said it flippantly, and you used the word, I was gonna use it against her. So a lot of people interpreted that to mean your mission is to use KB's grape situation against her. So I need you to explain to people that don't understand the context of that conversation.
So we were sitting by the table. It's me, it's Nate, it's Matat, Nsuku, Abobo, and Sipali. And then I tell them, I'm like, hey, I actually overheard a conversation while I was busy cooking about KB explaining her trauma to the collective, And I'm like, I end up saying, no, now I get to use her trauma against her. So we all laugh. And then I say, okay, guys, they end up saying, Bonni, you can't say that. I'm like, okay, guys, not in a bad way. But now I know where her vulnerability is. I'll be able to execute whatever I need based on that, So now I constantly kept saying to people, guys, if I really wanted to say that or victimize her or use that against her, based on how I've been throughout the whole house, you would have known by now, I would have just said it anyhow, So I do acknowledge that, yes, it was a bad joke. But me going on further to even explain, guys, I understand the one part of her being violated. I can sympathize with that. But I'm not going to sympathize with the other half, with her choosing to sleep with different men for basic needs, because that's a choice. Glory, I have 2 boys. Today I can say I don't have bread. So I'm going to go rob a bank. I get caught. And then I expect everybody to sympathize with me. But how if that was a choice that I made on my own?
Yeah. Get that.
So again, it's once I've been saying that all around to Ashley or to Mata or to Nsuku, now the production is picking it up and creating and editing this narrative as if I'm victimizing KB. At some points when she explained her story, I was even half asleep, but I just saw her crying and I was like, let me go and also comfort her, because she was comforting me as much as it was annoying about my sister's situation. Let me go back and give her the same hand, you know. And when I got there, I'm asking her, are you crying because you were violated, or are you crying because you were sleeping with different men? But if it's the different men part, I can understand, because sometimes it's easier to sleep with your age mate, but now if you're going to have to sleep with somebody's father, you know, they will probably make you do things that you don't like, and you feel yourself that you've been robbed of something. So I could understand and some sort of relate from that. But again, Bonni B is insensitive by asking me these questions. I'm victimizing her. So again, I just want people to understand, guys, these are two different things that we're talking about. And yes, they can be two different traumas. But again, I've been saying throughout, standing on my business, that one side I understand, but the other I'm not, because it's a choice that she made. And I said even on the show, she could have gotten a job. She could have worked at Spur, worked at ShopRite, at Spar, at Woolworths, washed people's clothes. Like, there's other options. And maybe if she wasn't exposed to those other options, we can't, as people, want to sympathize with the choice that she made, that she thought was right for her own life, but something that she has no control over. As people, we can sympathize with her because that's something that was done onto her. You understand?
Yeah. You see, yeah, Bonni, this thing you're explaining right now, sadly, the way some of our societies have been fashioned out, we've been fashioned out to not even talk about this other side of a situation. Don't know if you get what I mean. Society,
Okay.
society expects that when someone tells a story like that, I had to sleep with men for money. When you say I had to, were you forced? Were you pimped? Or was it a decision you took by yourself? And it's one thing to sleep with men for money for the first time, the second time, and you decide to walk away because of the trauma you had from a rape situation. But then when you now decide you want to continue because you are enjoying the luxuries that comes with it, then it means you are enjoying what you're doing. So you see this side of this conversation. Society does not really like talking about it because they feel you should show empathy, you should be sensitive, don't even question it. Just accept the person's story. And that was what people were actually expecting of you, which is quite sad. Yeah, because everybody expected that, okay, yes, the grape situation is a very sensitive situation in South Africa. So anybody that hears anybody that shares their story, don't even ask questions. Don't question it. Just show sympathy. And for me, I'm like, but this is a game. This is a game. If somebody comes to share such a story and is seeking sympathy, that sympathy automatically translates into votes. And before you know it, people will start voting for this person to say, oh, because this person had a great situation, let the person win the 2 million rands. What are the other people that came to the show? Are they just going to sit down there? So because they don't have a very sensitive story to share, they are now going to be the villains. You cannot speak your mind to the person that has it. Do you understand? So it was just crazy. So people were actually saying that you were insensitive for even asking questions, and there was a conversation that the girls had. You were not there, you were cooking, that Ashley was saying the same thing, that when you come into a space like Big Brother's house, you are meeting strangers for the first time and you are telling such a story to people, you should expect a positive reaction and a negative reaction, in the sense of not everybody is going to empathize with you. And that is true. That is true. So I want to ask you this question. Everybody comes into, like, all the housemates, whenever they want to tell their story. From my opinion, my perspective, I noticed that people try to tell the saddest story, the one that is going to provoke emotions. People will, oh, sorry, people will pity and pity and pity and pity. How do you feel? How do you feel about that? People telling their stories like that?
Um, okay. Obviously, we can't say that your story is a lie, because we don't know them from a bar of soap.
Yeah.
But I'm really one to suss out the BS. And so for me, sometimes I could read between the lines. At this point, I'm like, no, I see this person. I see this person for who they really are. Because at some point, I'd even tell these people, guys, I really classify myself as a crocodile. And if you take the characteristics of a crocodile, they're very observant people. They don't waste their energy on attacking everything. But once you feel like, oh, this is a log, it will attack when you least expect it. So I would really observe the characters within the house and be like, okay, I see whose story is truthful. I see whose story isn't truthful in the house. So, yes, I feel like sometimes as people we manipulate. And sometimes it is the truth. But obviously, being on the viewer's perspective, you're going to believe everything that is being said on TV because it's television, you understand? You're going to sympathize with people, you're going to be empathetic. But for me, being in the house, I was like, nah, based on what I've already seen within these characters, I know who's lying, I know who's not lying. And some of you guys are using this for game and some of you aren't. And just to pull it towards myself, with what happened to my sister, Glory, it was such a traumatic thing. She passed away due to toxic shock syndrome. She was diagnosed with a bacteria called Streptococcus group A, which it gets into your bloodstream and then it caused gangria through your feet and your hands, and she had to get amputated. But me getting onto the show, I wanted people to know that story because I wanted to educate people. As much as they're saying this is it's a rare life-threatening bacteria, but it's out there and it's so severe. And for women, it hits us the most if you don't change your tampon on time. Even on your tampon box, it will mention that not changing your tampon on time can lead to toxic shock syndrome, of which as women we're like, oh, what is that? You might think it's like the flu, but it's very much fatal. So me coming into the show and sharing that trauma, it wasn't because I wanted people to like me, but I wanted to educate people and especially women that, hey guys, there is something that is killing us as women and we can actually avoid that. So for her strategy to tell us that, I don't know what was her reasoning and I can't speak upon that, but I would really find it also difficult for me to be sympathetic for this person based on the actions within the house.
Exactly. Because you see, I'm glad you mentioned her actions because from the very first night, this was the same person that bullied Nsuku. This was the same person that was insensitive with her words to Nsuku, telling Nsuku, if not for me, you will not be in this house. I mean, what we were saying out here was that if Bonni was the one that said the same thing to Nsuku or Sipali, they will crucify you instantly. But nobody was saying anything. Nobody was saying anything about what KB said. So the actions in the house, it kind of did not really marry with the story that she gave. And there was a huge debate about it out here. People were quite skeptical. People were asking questions like, okay, this is quite shady. This could be a strategy. And the reason, if you cast your mind back to the question I asked you about if you are a fan of the show, if you've been watching the show, there's been previous seasons of the show, especially with Big Brother Niger, where housemates come to the show and it's like there's a competition to tell the saddest story. People tell the saddest story that will invoke the emotions of the viewers so that the viewers will love them and respect them. There was one particular person that said that she has mental health issues and people were already giving her pity. But before we knew it, for the entire season, she was terrorizing, provoking, triggering her fellow housemates, especially the guys, until people started seeing the cracks in her character and they clocked her game and they realized that, oh, wow, this was a strategy. Because that year, mental health conversations just became quite popular. So they realized that, oh, this person knows how the society feels towards mental health individuals, right? So she decided to use that as a strategy and people clocked her game, and she was almost cancelled. Yeah, so I see where you're coming from. But still speaking about the KB situation, during your diary session with Big Brother, where he was trying to educate you when he said, I think he asked questions about the insensitivity of housemates, how housemates fight dirty with their words. I really loved how you answered that question, where you explained that your hands are tied as housemates in the house because you have rules and you can only fight with your words, you know, depending on the gravity of other people's offense towards you. So when Big Brother was saying those things, yeah, I felt like he singled you and Ashley out as the only insensitive housemates in the house that use their words to hurt people. Because I, for one, know that from the different things that we were shown, there are so many housemates that are very provocative and insensitive. Now, from your experience as a one-time housemate, you probably do not see some of those. Can you tell us those housemates that were very their words are very provocative and they fight dirty with their words as well?
I would obviously start with the snake in the garden. Nate is very smooth with her tongue, and she makes it seem as if I'm saying fuck you, but I'm saying it in a nice, mellow way. But at the end of the day, the undertone is still fuck you, you know? So I would say Nate, definitely Ezra. Sipali, here and there, he would throw his jabs, you know? I would also say, did I mention Ezra? Swiss also. Even Mandy, for that instance, you know, and even Google, yes, myself included, Ashley, Nsuku also. Yeah, I think it was just a small few of us, if I haven't missed other people within that, you know. And I feel like I still stand on that, Gloria, like, because we can't hit one another. And for me, I'm not a physical person, so I just stop at being verbally rude to people with my mouth, you know. So obviously you're going to say the worst things to people so that they can also feel what you're feeling. So, you know, and sometimes it'll get so heated that you can be like, oh, this person really wants to hit you, but they can't because they think of the 2 million. So I understand, yes, we're supposed to be caring towards each other and be sensitive, you know. But sometimes people do provoke you to an extent that you want to hit them. In a normal reality, you would want to hit this person, but you can't. So the only thing that you could do is bash maybe Bonni down for her sister passing away. Or we can bash KB down for her story that she was telling us. Or we can bash Abobo down because his mom passed away, you know. So we take all these things that we've said to each other and we use it against each other to bash you down, and that would be the slap that I give you instead of me giving you an actual slap. So if you just think about what's the difference between me saying that, hey, I get to use KB's trauma against her, than somebody using the actual trauma against that person in that moment.
I mean, I totally relate with that, because one thing I always remind my community is Big Brother's house is a confined space. Someone cannot offend you and you get upset and you open the door and walk out. Even taking voluntary exit comes with a process. You have to inform the owner of the house first. The owner of the house will now consider. They will now give you 24 hours to think about it. So you don't have that will to just instantly get up and say, you know what, F you all, I'm leaving. You cannot just leave because it took a process for you to come in. Now, I'm saying this with regards to still the things Big Brother said to you in the diary room about how housemates fight dirty, how housemates are insensitive, housemates should be kinder with their words. Bonni B, between you and I now, I'm asking you, honestly speaking, is it possible to fight a clean fight in Big Brother's house in such a season?
No. We are all different people. There's 24 characters within their personalities. There's never going to be a clean fight unless it's within your circle and you like that person and you respect them enough to say, hey, Mata, I didn't like 1, 2, 3, 4. As opposed to Ashley, if she's swearing, I'm going to swear her back.
Quite understandable. Now, let's move on to Nate. In that conversation, there was a debate about if Nate laughed or not. Nate says she did not laugh. In fact, when she started the smear campaign, because Nate literally moved around the house telling so many people about what you said. I'm going to come back with more questions about that. But the question is, did she laugh? Because when Big Brother played that clip, I noticed that the entirety of the clip was not played. I think it was cut off at some point. So we did not really
Yeah.
see if Nate laughed or not. And she was bragging that, you see, if I laughed, Big Brother would have played it. So did she laugh? What was her reaction when people were having that conversation?
You know, if like you're sitting with your friends and your friend says something that is not nice, but you guys all laugh and then you pull yourself towards yourself to be like, actually, that was wrong. That was the type of moment I had with Nate and Tsuku and Abobo, Sipali, and Mata also. So they laughed. The three girls laughed with me, and then they all stopped and said, Bonni, that was wrong, you know. For me to even say, okay, guys, not in a bad way, you know, but I just know where her vulnerability was. And from what I was hearing, she was saying to people, I stood up, I didn't laugh, I stood up, I didn't laugh. And I was like, but you laughed. Like, now when she's telling the story and telling people, she's telling it to make herself look like the angel and have a narrative of Bonni being this evil bitch within the house, you know?
Yeah, those were her exact words actually. That was so evil, with emphasis on evil. Yes. And next thing I want to ask is, how do you think Nate could have handled that situation? And I ask this because when she tells people about that conversation, she would tell them that, oh, I even spoke to her and she insisted that that's what she wanted to do. And that was when I knew that she was irredeemable. That was what she was also telling people, that when you made that statement, she sat you down, she had a conversation with you, tried to convince you, but you were so adamant that you wanted to do what you wanted to do. So what's the truth here? Did Nate have any type of conversation with you? How do you think she should have handled that situation? Do you think she should have had a conversation with you other than going on a smear campaign to assassinate your character?
Nate and I have never sat down to have a mature conversation about anything in that house. And I myself never associated myself with Nate after I realized the type of character she has. So I felt like if, for example, something was said about my friend, of which Nate and KB were not friends, but Nate took it upon herself to be friends with KB after she knew the way I felt about KB, you know, on one side. So she never came. If something was said about Mata and it was said by Gugu, I was going to call Gugu, I was going to call Mata and say, guys, this is what is being said. Mata, this was said about you from Gugu. So Gugu, please explain yourself so it can be resolved within the three of us. That's a mature way of dealing with stuff. I was even expecting at some point that after she tells KB can come and tell me and say, Bonni, I heard you said 1, 2, 3, 4. But she was becoming Nate's puppet and she went around now also telling people what she's heard that I've said. And hence I never even apologized because I was like, if I've said something that you found out that I've said, come to me and ask me so you can hear my side of it. Because whoever's going to tell you is going to tell you and make themselves look good. And that's why I kept quiet the whole time. Even when Ashley said, is there anybody you want to apologize to? I said, no. Because I'm like, this person is not also coming to me. But what I do wish I could have done differently was actually gone to KB myself and said, hey, I know you've heard what I've said, and 1, 2, 3, 4, this is my reasoning for it. But I think just because I also don't like her and I feel like she's also not worth my time for me to sit down with her, I just left it as it was, you know.
Okay, we're glad you're giving clarity to these things, because remember, the camera sees it all but does not show it all. We, the viewers, only watch what the camera shows us. Now, this is also a very important aspect of this conversation. What was your immediate reaction after Big Brother played that clip and issued you and Ashley strikes? I ask this question because what we were shown on TV was that the clip was played, the clip was played. Obviously, Nate's part was cut off. It was not shown. And then afterwards, you and a lot of people had gone outside to the garden, and Ashley was boiling where she sat down. She was obviously very upset, and she also had her own reservations about Big Brother's verdict. She felt it was unfair because Nshini provoked her and she retaliated. Now, Ashley's reaction was shown to us, I think, for a good 10 to 15 minutes. We were watching Ashley stewing in the chair with sweet guluva. She was upset, and then she now went to apologize to KB, who was still, I'm sorry, but there was no tears, but she was crying. So she was still crying, and there were the girls that surrounded her, consoling her. So that was what we saw. The cameras did not show us Bonnie B's immediate reaction. And by the time they took the cameras to you, it was when it seemed like you just finished crying and you were telling your girls, oh my God, I need you guys to comfort me. And they held your hands. That was where the camera went to after all they showed us inside the house. So a lot of people translated the fact that you were smiling and laughing with your girls as you being very insensitive, you were unrepentant, you were not remorseful. And I'm over here, I'm like, but you guys cannot determine that. You did not see our immediate reaction. So I would like to hear from you. What was your immediate reaction?
Okay, firstly, I thought I was getting disqualified. I even said to Nsuku, I'm going home. Then secondly, after he issued that, I was like, okay, it's fine. That was the punishment that I got. I acknowledge and okay, cool. I take full accountability. Then it was like, now I feel like the production has literally cut and edited this whole clip about Bonni B and Ashley and made a narrative of Bonni, of which it's not shown in full everything I've been saying. And it's still the same thing that I've been saying through every interview that I've been on, that I sympathize with one half, but the other half I don't sympathize. So at what point do they feel like I was victimizing KB? At what point do they feel like I was victimizing this person? On the other hand, Ashley was like, I wanted KB to test me because I'm going to say to her, are you crying because you were violated? And I never said any of that. I just kept saying one and the same thing through and through, Glory, that one side I sympathize, the other side I don't sympathize. And I'll always elaborate on the side that I don't sympathize with, you know? So when I go to my girls, I'm literally, it's tears of saying, you know, this house, and I'm speaking, and I was breaking down because of the housemates, not because of the punishment, you know. I was breaking down because I'm like, now everybody's going to go and sympathize with her, but nobody cares to think, what is Bonni thinking? How is Bonni feeling also? And obviously nobody's going to do that because Bonnie's a loudmouth, Bonnie's a bitch, Bonnie's like this, Bonnie's like that, and they have their own perception of me. So I won't get the sympathy that KB has, and of which I wasn't even expecting that. But I'm saying, as normal, as people within the house, and as human as we can be, guys, we cannot focus on one side of the elephant and think it's an elephant. Because if you have to turn it around and it's a rhino, then what?
Exactly.
So that moment of me crying was just that yo, are these housemates, like, come on, really? And I can feel you guys pulling away from me or distancing yourself like I've got a bad stench. So that was just my frustration, you understand? And I'm like, that's when I end up saying that the people in the house don't have backbones. You guys really have low self-esteem. And I'll constantly say to them that you guys talk about me day in and day out. You guys have tea on my name. But I can still come into this kitchen and smile with you like I know nothing.
You know, I'm glad you're sharing this because, as I said, your immediate reaction was not shown. What was shown to us was like 10, 15 minutes later, after which you have shed tears, you have cried, and you were sniffing, and you were laughing. And it now looked like, oh my God, whilst Ashley was inside the house, apologizing and explaining herself to KB, who was crying, Bonni B is in the garden laughing. You know, so that was like the narrative that was shown. And I felt like it was not fair, you know, but then it has happened. So let's move on to this, yeah? When...
Wait, to touch a bit more, Glory, it's even at that point when I'm talking to Nsuka and Mata, I said, I'm not the type of person that apologizes, because for an apology, it means something to me. And if I need to execute it the same way I dish out spice, I need it to be meaningful. And I said, I'm not going to, because people expected me to apologize to her at the same time. And I even said, I'm not going to apologize to her now, because then it's definitely going to look like I'm apologizing because I got a strike. And I don't want it to come across like that. I want to apologize to her knowing that I've also thought through my emotions, you know, and executed in the best manner, so that I can also feel that, yeah, Bonni, you've genuinely said you're sorry to this woman, you know? Yeah.
We heard that part. We heard that part the way you were explaining it. But sadly, you know how most of these viewers are. The moment they cancel someone, no matter the level of reasoning that comes into play, they don't see reasoning anymore. But anyways, yeah. Moving on to the punishment. When Ezra was reading the punishment, frankly speaking, KB was quite, yes, sorry, Sipali. KB was quite provocative. You know, that theatrics and dramatics that she was doing, clapping her hands and shouting and yes, 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 yes. It was quite provocative. And then you said what you said, you know, Uxalayo, and we said what we said. And then Melino jumping in your face like he wanted to kill you on the spot, you know, and people just concluded, oh, Bonni B is insensitive. She is not remorseful. How did you feel at that point in time? Because if it was me, I would equally be mad. So how did you feel at that point in time? And there was also something you mentioned. You said you have apologized, but why are the housemates still attacking you like that? Did an apology take place? How did you feel at that point in time?
When I apologized to her, I apologized in front of her group when we were preparing for the rage hour, because I didn't want to pull her aside and her go around saying to people, oh, Bonni apologized to me, Bonni apologized to me, and make it like a joke type of thing. So I made sure that I apologized to her in front of people, in front of her group. I said to her that I'm sorry.
Bonni, sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry, but I'm shocked. You actually apologized?
Yeah, in front of her group, in front of everybody that she was preparing for.
No, do you know why I'm shocked? It's because the speculation the housemates were still carrying was she never apologized. She's just so evil. That was the speculation they were still carrying in the house.
So again, a narrative is being built about Bonni that production isn't executing in the correct manner, which is defamation of character.
Wow.
But anyway, I did apologize. So that same day when we got the punishment, I was quite annoyed at the fact that she's having an input on us being punished, like, oh, Bonni has fallen now, the queen is at her knees. So for me to retaliate, to say, oh, Salai, we said what we said, it's because I wanted to keep quiet because, girl, we apologized, but you're still acting like a victim, and you're still making this whole thing like about you, whereas we're here, we're getting sentenced. What more do you want? Do you want my soul?
Wow. You know, this is really sad. This is really sad. And it's sad because, my God, as I said, camera sees it all, but us, the viewers, we only see what we are shown. You know, I never knew that you even apologized until you mentioned it. You know, and then that narrative that was still going around the house that, oh, Bonni never apologized. And it wasn't shown. Even on the Sunday that you were evicted, you know, the compilation video that they did as the weekly recap, they only showed Ashley's apology. But what they showed about Bonni B was, how do I show remorse? Still making it look like Bonni B never showed remorse and she never apologized. That is quite sad. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say right now. I'm speechless. It's crazy. Woo! But you know what, Bonni? The good thing is you are telling us what we did not see, and that is what counts. All right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to move on. There's another question I really wanted to ask. Let me see. Still about that KB's conversation. I just want to see if we've covered that part. Okay. Yeah, I think we've pretty much covered that part. Okay, now we're going to move on to the savage situation. Yeah. One of the smear campaigns from Nate and KB in the house was that you were antagonizing KB because of Savage. But then there was a conversation in the house between Google and KB. There was somebody else there. KB was talking about Bonnie B is chasing Savage, this and that. And Google said, but that was what you wanted. Google revealed that on the night of the launch show, when she and KB entered the house, KB had told her that the game that she wants to play for this season is a triangle game, that she wants another female housemate that is going to be in a triangle relationship with her and another guy, that is the kind of game she wants to play. And Google told her, you said that this is what you want, so you shouldn't be complaining. And she said, I know I said that that is what I want, but now I also want a guy that likes me. The same day, Nsuku was in the laundry area and she was telling somebody that KB had a conversation with you and was begging you to be with Savage Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then she would be with Savage Monday, Tuesday. Please, where is the truth in all of this? Were you antagonizing KB because of Savage?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of KB, you know. And me getting to Savage was literally to humble her, because I felt like this person, and I would even say to Mata and Suku that this person is emotionally abusing Savage, because she would be like to Savage, when we have to get ready for stuff, she'll be like, open up your bag, I must wear this today. And I'm like, now you're forcing this guy to be in a relationship. We can't speak to him. We can't do anything with Savage because you're already claiming this person as your man. And I even told this to Savage on the Saturday night party that you're not my type. And I think because we're mature adults, we just know that we vibe as good friends. Even out the house, we're really good friends and we're cordial with each other, and we understood that it was just a game. But he's not my type, you know. I like, actually, I wouldn't say what I like. I don't want my future husband to hear me. But I told him he's just not my type, you know. But we're here to have fun. And I'd always make a joke that on our first page of the rule book, Big Brother says we must share beds just in case there is no beds and whatever. So I would always say, no, Big Brother said we must share. So on our Thursday night party, she comes to me and she's like, oh, no, Bonni, I know Savage likes you. So I was thinking Thursday, Friday, Saturday, he must be with you. And then the rest of the days he'll be with me because I just can't handle it, girl. And I laughed at her. Because I'm like, honey, I am not into a polygamous or triangle situation. I am a woman and I'm a whole and I love my man alone, you know. And I away because I felt a bit of a distaste, and you know, and I even told Savage, I'm like, nah, this is what your woman is saying to me, and I don't want to be in that type of situation, you understand? For me, in my mind, I knew I wasn't going to get into a relationship in the house. If push came to shove, I said we need to get to know each other. If this week I want to be with Savage and then I find like Savage is boring, next week I want to be with Nzuko, like let me be, because here I'm not trying to look for my future husband in this house, because none of you guys are the men that I need. As much as I would say Sweet Guluva is cute, but he's also a kid towards me, you know? But I was not looking for a proper relationship in that house. I ended up making a comment. If Big Brother brings your dads, then yes, we can fight. We can have a squabble over that. But for me, I even said I might not be somebody's type in the house, and I don't have a type in the house. But we need to work with what we have within the house.
Hey, God, Bonni, you know, you wouldn't even understand the gravity of this Savage narrative on the outside whilst you were inside the house. People made it look like that was it. Bonni is shameless, a mother of two. She's dragging a guy with poor KB. You know, people were just going on and on with this narrative. And I'm like, but how? How is this possible? So here's another question now. There was another, KB and Nate, they were on another smear campaign about you. They said the night you came to Savage's bed that you both had sex, that you both smashed, that they were hearing the sounds and they were just going on and on. And I saw a conversation you had with Mandy when Mandy asked you directly if you guys did it. And you said no. And you had this look of disgust on your face, like, how? When did that happen? So I'm asking you now on I mean, on a global platform, please tell the world. It's not like it's any of our business, but those girls,
Yeah.
they made it a smear campaign, still on the mission to assassinate your character. They made it look like, oh, this girl that's a great victim, you said XYZ about her, you're still going around trying to get her man, and you smashed her man right in front of her. So what is the story? Did you guys do anything like that?
No, we didn't. And that was also a personal choice. I even told him when we were in the Saturday night party arena that, hey, I'm not smashing anybody on this platform because I really believe in my spirit being clean, because what if I was going to be the winner, but because of your ancestors and whatever bad omen you have, not that I'm saying that you do, they mix and they intertwine, and then I don't win the money because my ancestors are upset. So that was the only reason that was stopping me from really being sexual with anybody in the house.
Okay, I'm glad you cleared the air with that, because those people were making the conversation a big deal. Now, on to Savage himself. Savage was your biggest fan in the house in terms of your meals. He loved your cooking. Yeah. In every conversation, he would always defend you that so long as Bonni B is in the kitchen, I am good. I don't want anybody else to cook with problems, cook with love, But then when that whole strike happened, the punishment happened, Savage moved away from you. It was very obvious he gave you space. He even said that he was no longer going to be in your circle because he did not know that you were that vile because of how those videos were edited. So I also saw the night when he came to tell you he wants to change for KB, and you told him he should change for himself. How did that make you feel that someone that you always, ensure that he's fed in the house, coupled with other housemates, he behaved like that towards you? How did that make you feel?
It didn't really bother me, honestly, because I think they didn't understand that, firstly, when Super Lee read out the punishment, they were not allowed to talk to us or they would get punished. Then secondly, it was a matter of me and Ashley have to say I'm a work in progress, and then we're able to talk. So some people were just a bit skeptical, of which I understood, and I'd have to explain to them, no guys, you guys are allowed to speak to us, but we have to address you guys by saying I'm a work in progress. So that didn't get to me. But when he came to me and he wanted to speak about him changing for KB, I wasn't being biased. I wasn't being the bitch that doesn't like KB. I was really being there for him as a friend. And I felt like, friend, a woman is telling you to change and alter yourself only for her to fool around with the guys in the house. That's not fair on your character. That's not fair for your conscience also. This is a game. You came here alone. You need to be yourself. Don't allow somebody else to get into you and make you something that you're not, or make you something for them only for them not to be what they expect you to be. And I even went over and I explained that if you're in a relationship and your husband or your wife cheats and you guys want to fix things, you need to build one another. So if her man has done what he did with somebody else, or what she did with me, right? She was supposed to be there to assist him and build him and groom him or do whatever, or just be there as support. But now she's making him feel small, and also expecting him to be like, oh, KB, I love you, chase her, but she's busy chasing other men, so that the narrative can change and be like, oh, look at him, he really loves me so badly, and whereas she's busy.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. Let's talk about KB's disqualification. It was quite ironical that KB shared a story about what she said she went through. And then her friend, Nate, was the one that started the conversation again, just like she did about you, that KB was sexually harassing people in the house. And then BK's situation also happened. And then boom, she was disqualified. What was your first reaction when that whole thing happened? Because the one thing everybody was shouting was, Bonni B's ancestors are not asleep. They were working overtime. So what was your first reaction?
I literally screamed. And I was in between shock and happiness because I was like, wow, okay, finally they can see the type of person she is. But also like, wow, she was expecting a strike, I could tell.
Yes.
But they just disqualified her and I was like, yo. And I was pray to my sister and like, there's these two girls in the house and they're really digging at me. Please have my back. Please have my back.
Wow.
And unfortunately, that's what happened.
Wow.
Who will have the last laugh? Yeah. And I still sit here and while I'm at home and I'm like, yo, production has really painted me in such a way that I look like I'm not remorseful. I've victimized this girl, but this girl has been doing the opposite of everything that she said was happening to her. And yet, I'm not expecting production to apologize to me, but my character now has been painted in a different light to society now. You know, they've really defamed my character as Bonni, who's this heartless, unremorseful woman that does ABCD and says ABCD, not thinking about now that they found out that she's the same person that has said 1, 2, 3, 4 and has acted differently to her character. Where does that leave Bonni B as a whole? Where does that leave Bonni B as a brand, as a person? What should happen now? If I was evicted unfairly, why? What happens to me as a person now?
True. And those are very valid questions you're asking, because even when her disqualification was issued, as much as it was interesting to watch, I was equally quite disappointed because I expected production to equally do a comprehensive compilation of all the people she had sexually harassed in the expected. So how did you feel when you did not see our own clip? How did you feel? Did you feel cheated?
Definitely, because now you guys had the time to actually create an edited version of what Bonnie's been saying, and now you're protecting this person who's also a predator now, and you're not showing her in the exact same way that you've defamed me as a person.
I can imagine how that feels. I felt really disappointed because after they played the first part of the clip, you know, the mental health activist woman speaking, the next thing I expected was for them to show us what exactly happened between KB and BK, because BK seems traumatized. This guy was telling people that he felt violated, he felt traumatized, and it felt like it was a taboo conversation. People could not really explain in details what they had seen happen between KB and BK, and that means that it was a very, very serious matter, you know. And even when people want to talk about it, it's like the camera keeps shifting. Every time people want to talk about what KB did, the camera keeps running away. And obviously, you could tell that they were protecting this girl. So I said, nah, this is very unfair. You cannot paint one person the villain, and then because this person said she had a grave situation, you want to protect her. No, you need to show everything. Let everybody see. The same way you showed Bonni to the world, you need to show KB as well to the world. Because hurt people hurt people. Exactly. Anyways, another question I want to ask you, Bonni, is this. Looking at the pattern that Nate used in your situation and KB's situation, do you think Nate really cared at all about KB, or it was just an act? Do you think Nate used KB's story and her said trauma to play a game?
Definitely. Oh, I saw it from the onset. I'm like, KB now is an injured puppy and Nate is taking her in to give her power, to uplift her, because she was never friends with her from the beginning. And she wasn't even talking to her the time she was with Savage. Now that she's not with Savage, she's been heartbroken. She's been hurt by Bonni. So let's take this woman in and hug her and still stab her in the back.
Interesting. How would you describe Nate?
Like I said, the snake in the garden. You don't see her coming, but she's inside the garden. Whether you walk out the garden, you have snake bites, or you fatal and you die.
Mm. Okay, so looking at how you were evicted, I saw the love that the audience in the live studio showed you. It was like they were so happy to see you. You know, they celebrated you. So looking at how you were evicted, impromptu like that, and looking at the way KD was disqualified, which would you have preferred? A disqualification or an eviction?
I will still stick by the eviction.
Why?
I think once you're disqualified, it's like you've been cancelled. You know, in terms of society and productions wanting to work for you, and especially in this matter that she was getting disqualified for. So, me being evicted in the house, even if it was unfairly and the narrative was created by production. I know whoever needed to see me on the show saw me and is like, wow, that is a powerful force. We need her also in our team to create something. And I was really proud of what I've executed in the show. May it be people, some of the people that were working in the actual production, may it be the people that we saw at the live show, and even at home, just receiving that love, and even the comments, because I've been watching your show, you know. So I'll be like, oh, these comments are good. And even shout out to the haters. I love you guys so much. You guys are building me. You're giving me strength, and I'm stronger. Thank you. I love you guys. Keep on commenting badly about me. I love you guys for that, right?
My dear, don't worry. They are everywhere. I received the hate as well.
I love them for that. Honestly, you guys are making me even bigger because you're talking about me, even if it's badly, and I know that I'm important to you. So I love the people that are hating on Bonni B. But nonetheless, the love that I'm receiving from the comments that I get on your page and other socials, I really appreciate that, guys. And I see that you guys saw Bonni and the game that I was playing. It's Umlilo, guys. It's Umlilo. The answer is within the show. Umlilo, you understand? So those who needed to see me saw me, and I'm very grateful for the 2 weeks. And that for me is an achievement. The people that are hating on me, at least I was on the show. At least I was on the show out of the whole of South Africa. So I'm really proud of myself. That's why I didn't feel like I have any regrets being evicted, nor any disappointments, because the experience that I needed, I got it, even if it was for 2 weeks. The exposure that I needed, even if it was for 2 weeks, I got it. And it's still growing even now. So it's not the end of my story. It's just the beginning of a new book.
Absolutely. And if this is going to serve as any consolation, let me tell you, the period you were on punishment with Ashley, people missed you badly on the show. You were in the house, but people were pained that Bonni was not talking, because the housemates were trying to do kumbaya. They were trying to prove that Bonni was the problem, but it was kind of boring. It was kind of dry. So people that were hating on you, girl, they missed you. They missed you. They missed your voice.
Oh, guys.
Anyways, let's move on. I'm glad you chose eviction, to be honest, because disqualification is a very shameful way to leave a show. Very shameful. It doesn't, people don't even want to know the reason you were disqualified. It's like the ultimate damage to anybody's reputation. For someone to be disqualified, it means you did the most unthinkable thing, you know. So I'm glad it was just, you know, the eviction that you got, and I hope KB is fine where she is too. But now there's another issue on ground, Bonni. I noticed something, and please don't interpret this to be like I'm trying to pick a fight between you and your girls, but it has to be said. It's part of the show. So your girls, Mata, Nsuku, Siper, Sikle, during that whole period of challenges that you had, and in a way you were sort of ostracized by the house, the punishment that you couldn't really talk except when you say I'm work in progress. How did you view your girls? Which of them held you down? Which of them stood by you from afar? I noticed a particular one. I'm not going to mention that person's name because I want to know if we're thinking the same person. But there was a particular one that was very quick to move on I was already forming new alliances and was already engaging in conversations, more like trying to get people to like her. Yeah, but which of your girlfriends, which of them held you down and were very supportive of you, encouraging you that time?
I would say Mtsuku, because your question is very much colorful, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Nsuku, I felt like even outside, when I got home, my family did confirm that no, she was your ride or die girl, you know. But the other colorfulness of the world was not on Team Bonni, even inside the house. So I was like, oh, that was quite crazy that I also found that bit of, let's say, like a baby snake in my own garden, you know. Yeah.
We're definitely thinking alike. And to be honest with you, I was quite shocked. And yes, we're talking about Mata, and this does not make her a bad person in any way, but I was equally quite, yeah, I was really, I mean, I understand everybody came to the house alone, everybody came for the money by themselves, but Mata was quite strategic with the way I noticed that when she comes around your area, she avoids having eye contact with you. It's like do not be seen with the bad egg. When she's in the kitchen cooking, it's like when you turn around, she's avoiding to look at you, she's avoiding to talk to you. But then when the likes of Nate and other people come around, she's all jovial and laughy. How did that make you feel? Did you even notice those little things?
I honestly did, hey. And I would get a bit annoyed because I'm like, oh, excuse me, this is my friend. Why aren't you talking to me? But I could pick up that there is something wrong, you know. And I just really felt a different shift in terms of energy, but I couldn't really put my finger on it because obviously I'm in the show. You guys on the external side can see everything. So only for me to find out what it was coming out of the show, you know. But inside I could feel it and I'm like, oh, I really feel like this person is drifting away. So I did feel that shift in terms of energy.
Yeah. Nsuku really held your back, to be honest. Even when your picture was brought into the house some days ago, I think it was on Thursday, she was really crying. Even during her diary session, when you were observing your punishment, I think that was last week, she told Big Brother that she felt like she was the one getting punished because she couldn't talk to you. I mean, no. Nsuku is really oppressing. For Mata, well, I'm just going to call her being strategic, but it was quite shocking and disappointing. Yeah. About Sipa Sikle, what do you think about her? Because she's got many angles to her. But what do you think about her?
From what I've experienced, she's a nice girl, you know, even Mata for that matter. But for Sipa Sikle, she's a really nice girl. But I feel like Big Brother is too harsh for her in terms of her character because she believes like the world is all about roses, and sometimes it's like, girl, there are thorns in those roses. Like she would always have to be like, hey Bonni, your manner of approach, and I'll be like, but girl, you like me and you understand where I'm coming from. If they don't understand, that's also okay. They can rise up to the occasion. Like, why do I need to hush down for them to come up? They must also learn how to climb the ladder, you know. So I felt like she likes being so sweet and Mama Kumbaya. Everything must be roses and glitz and glam. There can never be a moment where I don't like somebody. I just need to understand why I don't like them, and I need to work on that to become a better person.
Yeah. Okay, fair one. Now, there's this question I want to ask you. The last question before we move on away from that conversation. Looking at what happened with regards to the conversation around KB and all of that drama, do you think the housemates really genuinely cared about KB, or they just wanted to be a part of the drama and be identified as one of the people that showed empathy to a grape person?
I can't answer that because my mind has never thought of that, and I feel like everybody was just in their own headspace because I would hear how people understand like what I've been saying, and other people saying, Bonni, but you need to be remorseful. So I felt like it's everybody's own decision to make that. So, and for me, I was really not paying attention to that specific moment or think about how people feeling about the situation, because it was, for me, as much as it sounds like I'm being arrogant, I was literally thinking about me and how I've been executed to society and how my narrative has changed towards people's eyes and not being executed in the same way that I've been saying in the show, out the show, and through interviews, that one and the same thing. I understand one half, but I don't understand the choice making half.
Fair enough, fair enough. And I like that angle. Fair enough. So this question, a lot of people would definitely want to hear what you will say about it. Looking at how your 2 weeks panned out in the house, did you regret anything? Do you regret anything? Do you wish you could turn back the hands of time, do things in a different way, change this, change that? Do you have any regrets?
With this answer, I'm going to make my haters hate me more. No, I didn't. I just think the only thing that I could have done differently was maybe have a conversation with KB, or KB have a conversation with me, so she can understand my angle of what I've been saying all along. And because she already has a picture painted of who Bonni is, she didn't obviously understand where I was coming from. But that was the only thing. But other than that, Bonni was Bonni to the T. What you see is what you get.
Yep.
And that's just about it. If they couldn't handle it, they couldn't handle it. And those who understood me, and I'd ride with that.
Exactly. I love that. And that's on period. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So during the last season of Big Brother Naija, there were 3 housemates that brought heat to the house. The moment they were each evicted at different point in time, the house became extremely boring. Like when we say boring, boring to the extent that production had to be sending people into the house to go and talk to them to spice things up. And then when everything failed, they had to send those girls back into the house to cause chaos for 3 days, or is it 4 days?
Yeah.
And the girls did the most. They shook things up and they took them out of the house. But then it did not really go well. It backfired. People hated on this girl, blah, blah, blah. I even invited them for an interview. They refused to come. I don't know if they were scared of production or whatnot. But based off of that, the question I want to ask you is, if at any point in time you are re-invited to come into the house, to play the game, to be a part of a major twist for this season, will you take the offer?
Definitely. Definitely. And I'm not to make anything about myself, because I know even if they had to go to gym and they find me just sitting in the lounge, I know they're going to be walking on eggshells. I know. I don't need to tell you anything about Bonni. If they send me back in the house, I'm going to be the same Bonni. They'll just have to be like, what do we do now? Like, they'll be shivering. I know. And for that week, if they say Bonni must come, they'll say there's no HOH challenge. Bonnie's HOH. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna ask this brother for a chain and a lock. I'm gonna lock that fridge. Sikali must feel me. I'm gonna tell him all the time, go hit the gong. Because every time I say something, go hit the gong, Bonni, I will make them feel that heat. I won't say that I am bringing the oven. I am the oven. They will feel the heat.
Bonni's here. I feel like giving you a high five right now.
Virtual high five.
Take it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. See, but let me just tell you for real. Now, see, one thing I like about you understand the reality TV space. You understand the game.
Yeah.
You understand the show. And listen, girl, that is the spirit. That is the spirit. It doesn't matter. That is the spirit. And to be, if they call you back and you listen, I'm gonna be glued. I'm gonna be glued. No, for real, I'm gonna be glued because there are a lot of conversations to be had, whether by fire or by force. There are a lot of conversations in that house. Yeah, because there are people that are going to be shocked to see you, and it would make for good TV. No, for real, to make for good TV. And honestly, If that happens, that would be a plus for this season. If that happens, that would be a
Thank
plus.
you.
Yeah, but I love your spirit. No, for real. I love your spirit. I love how positive you are. I love how you are not allowing this whole thing to break you down. That shows how strong and mentally healthy you are. That is very key. Yeah. Another question I want to ask here. Another question I want to ask is your reintegration back to society. How has it been?
Yeah.
Has it been easy? Has it been a struggle? Or are you doing just fine?
I'm doing just fine, going to easy. It's just that yes, I'm doing interviews, and obviously now what I needed, I got the foundation of people know now there is a Bonni B out there, so it makes it easier for me to integrate into getting acting jobs because that's what I studied for, performing arts and theatre skills at the Market Theatre Laboratory. So this was just a foundation that I needed for for people to know that there is a Bonni B out there that we could possibly work for. So even just my entrance to get into the house, I worked so hard. As much as people were nervous and whatever, I was really cool because I was like, the only thing that I want to do is execute my entrance well and my presentation because whoever's watching at home can be a presenter. So right now for me, it's just really cruising into whatever I needed to do. It's making my life much easier to get into the productions that I wanted to get in growing up.
And honestly, I pray that that works for you because I strongly believe that you will do great. But another question I have is, do you do you have any personal project you want to work on, in the entertainment industry in line with your career?
Definitely, I want to create my own series in regards to like a game show infused with cannabis involved. I do know there are legalities and regulations cannabis in South Africa. So I just need to work around that, but also produce something where I can accommodate the 420 community.
Interesting. Interesting. And do you look forward to working with what's it called now? Multi-choice. They've got the Showmax platform, they've got the Mzansi Magic, they've got all these series, all these shows that they've got on there. Do you look forward to working with them if the opportunity presents itself?
Definitely. They have been a great sponsor to the production, and they're, as a whole, multi-choice. If there's no multi-choice, you're nothing, basically, because they literally control the whole media space. So I would definitely be game to work with them without a blink.
And I personally think that you would be a great addition. Your mind, you have this fantastic mind. The way your mind works, I think it would do great with a lot of shows. And I really hope that they include you in their programs and anything that they plan on working, in the future. Yeah. And so, girl, we're coming to the end of the interview now. I would love for you to say some final words to the viewers, to people in the South African society, especially, and also share your socials where people can find you and support you. If you've got your email you want to share, you share that.
So firstly, I would like to say thank you to everybody that has been supporting me, good or bad. I really appreciate the love that you guys have been saying about me and sharing on the socials. I really appreciate that. And even the people at home, like my family, just understanding why I was on that platform. And like I said, the haters, I love you the most. I love you the most. Trust and believe, your comments don't get to me. They don't. They don't even penetrate through my skin. So continue being the haters, And lastly, I would like to say to any production that is out there, Bonni B is here. She's ready to shine and shine even more, actually. Like I said, I studied performing arts and theatre skills. So being in the media would really be something that I would love to do, whether it's acting, radio presenting, or being a TV personality. That's what I aim to do. And like I said, be a brand ambassador to the South African Blood Bank, just to tell people about my sister's story called #RyanStory. And also at some point become a business mogul in the cannabis industry. And then you can find me on X at Bonni BSA. and then on TikTok, Bonnie B12, and then on IG, Bonnie B _Bon again. And yeah, I guess you guys will find the rest of the information on my pages. When you need to speak to my PA or my manager, then you guys can have a chat with her there, or even on her cell phone number on WhatsApp.
Awesome. You know what, Bonni?
Thank you, simply, Corey, for inviting me onto this platform. You, girl, I've been watching you ever since I left the house, and I'm like, wow. So the day I actually saw you announce that I'm going to be on the show, I'm like, wait, but when did she tell you guys? I didn't know, I'm not ready. I was so excited, so thank you so much.
Yeah, really, the pleasure is all mine, Bonni. I am grateful. I am grateful, and oh my God, I feel so relieved now because my chest was really tight. You know, as much as we say people should try to watch the show logically, you cannot help also getting emotionally invested because because you people are human beings that go into that social experiment. So whatever happens to you guys, it also affects us that are watching the show. And it gets more frustrating when something happens and you don't know the full story, you know, and you're careful to judge because you don't have all the details. And that is why we have conversations like this. This is why I always encourage housemates that listen, after the show, try to have conversations with platforms like mine so that you have enough time to tell your side of the story. Because the only side of the story we know is what the camera shows us. And you know, people then come up with a million and one interpretations, and that is what goes around on social media, and you don't even know which one to believe. Also, you know, having at the back of your mind that there are those people that do not invest even 5 hours of their time to watch the show. So what they rely on is all these clips and pieces that they see on social media, and that is the narrative they run with. And sometimes those narrative could cause more damages to your reputation, you know. So honestly, so I was quite excited when your I don't know if she's your manager now, but when she accepted this invitation, I was so happy because I said, yes, we're going to hear another angle to the story other than what we were fed on TV. So I am grateful that you showed up and your positivity radiated all through this conversation. It was quite refreshing. Bonni, you're a bundle of energy. I just want to encourage you. You went into that house, you shone your light, you showed how to be on a reality TV show. You showed people how to be blunt, how to be straightforward, no holding back. You nurtured people because cooking for such a crowd, it's not easy. You nurtured people. You did it with love. You you played the game. More importantly, you interpreted the theme of the season. You are the trailblazer of Umlilo season. You played the game. And girl, that is huge. Bonnie, that is huge. It's huge. So I just want to encourage you to not to allow anything water down your greatness. Girl, you're so great. You're so great. You are one in a million. It's very hard to come across people like you that's got an open mind. You know, you never shrink for anybody to shine, but that does not mean you do not give people space to shine as well. So thank you so much for giving us a show in 2 weeks. You stood out, you came through, you kept us glued to our screens. The day we don't hear Bonnie's voice, everybody's looking for Bonnie. That was the amount of impact you made on the show. I'm telling you, I'm not even trying to flatter you. Every time people want to know what Bonnie, there were days that the camera will be following you around the kitchen. They want to see your facial expression. They want to hear your voice. They want to know, okay, what's Bonnie gonna do now? What's Bonnie gonna do now? Trust me. No, girl, seriously. You were the star of the show. Even though you were just there for 2 weeks, you were the star of the show. And you still are, because even to date, the housemates, they're afraid of mentioning your name. Oh, they'll say that girl that left, the girl that left. They are scared of even mentioning. I'm telling you, they are scared of, see, Bonnie, your name is burning people's tongue in that house. They'll say, oh, that girl that left. I said, what's the girl? Mention mention her name, they'll say that girl that left. Bonnie, your fire is still burning people in that house. So you don't even know the kind of blazing trail that you left in that house. So sis, thank you so much for a show, yeah? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And we're extending our love. Yeah, we're extending our love to your boys. We wish them great health and a sound mind. And I just have one last favor to ask of you before we let you go, please. In this community, we have a lot of people that love you and they want the privilege to talk to you. So if you don't mind, can we bring on at least 5 people that can just say hi to you and just talk to you, if you don't mind?
Okay, no problem.
Awesome. Guys, let's go. For those of you on for those of you on YouTube, for those of you on the X app, if you want to talk to Bonni B right now, click on the link in the comment section right now. Right now. If you're on Twitter, send in a request immediately. We have someone here, Black Girl, on Twitter. I want to bring her on to speak. Black Girl, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Good afternoon. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your love and your support.
You're welcome.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're doing well. I've been seeing your defenses, how you've been defending her for people that have misunderstood her. She's really been misunderstood, you know, coming from someone that is very expressive, very vocal, just like me. I'm very expressive. So sometimes people will try to misunderstand me. That's why my circles are very small, because I get easily misunderstood because I'm blunt and I say it the way it is. But I'm just happy that she's taking it in well. And thank God people are beginning to see who she is, the kind of person she is, because anything she does and anything she says is not actually coming from a point of hate. It's just who she is. You get what I'm saying? She doesn't know how to, like, you keep it in and just think it in like that. She says it the way it's supposed to be said. And sometimes people take it the wrong way. So it's all good. It's all good vibe all the way. And I'm happy she's okay. She's fine and she's pushing forward. And she's working with the best people she could work with. And the sky is her limit.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind words, Black Girl. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, let's hear from Ntombi. Ntombi, are you ready to speak? Ntombi, unmute your mic. Ntombi on Twitter, unmute your mic, please. Okay, I think we're going to have to move on to YouTube. Fortune would like to say something to Bonni. Hi, Fortune.
Hi, Glory, and hi, Bonni. How are you?
Good, thanks, and you?
Good, good. It's so nice to hear your voice today and to hear that you're doing well. And I think what's just making us happy is to see that you accepted when they let you out of the house. And we feel that there was never going to be any better time for you to leave the house than the time when you did, because the housemates were ready to go to war with you every single day. And it was going to be painful for us to watch. And probably, perhaps you were equal to the task, but you don't want to wake up fighting daily. So you made your mark in 2 weeks, very impactful. What happened, happened. And it's good that you got out when, you know, you still have this mojo, because they were going to drain you out of that. And we all know after that narrative, the money was never going to come to you. But there's one thing, there's so many ways to win, right? Some of the winning is you winning the battles in the house and then you leave, because only one person takes the money. Sometimes you come like a bullet, impact, and you go and you do your shit outside, which is what you're doing right now. So I want to wish you well in everything that you're going to do. And like you said, if they call you back, you come, you do another math, you do something else, and then you leave, you go and make your money outside. So all the best. And I really hope your boys will do well in life and in everything that you guys touch.
Yes, thank you so much, Fortunate, for those kind words. I really appreciate them, and I'm gonna hold them tight and manifest that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Fortune. Thank you, Fortune. We're going to quickly bring on the next person, Melanine. Melanine, are you ready to go?
Hello, Glory. How are you, Glory? I'm so excited.
Hello,
Hello,
Melanie.
hello,
Are you there?
hello, Bonni. I'm so excited to speak with you today. Yo, oh, this is very good. Very, 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 very nice. We love you. I love you from
Hello, Melanie.
here.
Are you good?
Hello. Yes, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Bonnie can hear you too. Please carry on.
Yes. All I can say, I'm so excited to be part of this live with Bonni. Please, this is a great, great, great hard platform. We love you, Bonni, all the way from Namibia here. We are so proud of you. And it's so hilarious that now Biggie has to come up with things, activities for the housemates to entertain us. Since you left, they have to rely on Biggie on how to entertain us. You were the show. Since you left, the house was so dry. I'm so proud of you. Good luck with everything that you have to offer. Yes, I love you. I'm so excited. Oh, thank you, Glory, also for bringing her to us, for us to talk with her. I'm so thankful.
Thank you so much, Melanie. Bonnie, do you have anything to say to her? Yes, Bonnie, that is one of your supporters.
Emotional. You're making me cry now. Oh, guys.
All right, let's bring on Latricia. Hi, sis.
Hi, Glory. Hi, Bonnie B.
Hi, my love. How are
I just
you?
wanted to say, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks to hear your voice, and thanks, Glory, for the giving us the opportunity to talk to her. I want to say this to you. I've been watching you from the first week. I was lucky this year. I managed to watch, and at the first week, I was like, "What is happening?" Glory can confirm that. I felt that no, man. I think she's a bully. But then on the second week, it was me changing. You can even listen to one of her lives, and then I said, "You know what, man, I don't like what is happening now. I changed." So what I realized about you, I want to leave you with these words: you are like a salt. No, Jesus said we are the salt on earth. So what is a salt? A salt is something that is bringing out the flavor. When we bake, normally we put a pinch of salt. When we cook, we don't put a lot of salt. So it's because we are bringing out all the flavors. So you were there in the house to bring out all the flavors. Yes, in your case and Ashley's case, they did show the clips and everything. In somebody else's case, they did not show the clips. It is because God was giving you the opportunity so that you can clarify like you clarified now. You gave us we saw the middle, for example. You gave us the beginning, you gave us the end part of it. So everything is clear, and you have no reason to lie on this big platform because all this happened in another big platform. So let it not worry you. And in closing, I want to say some people strive for fame, and some fame locates them, it finds them, and it never lets go. That is you. That's my word for you. Thank you, babes.
Thank you, Amen. Thank you so much. I love those kind words. And I love you too, also for the support, and also to be able to read in between the lines and see Bonni for who she is. I really appreciate that. You know, it takes a lot for somebody to make a decision on how they feel about somebody and also change. So that's a lot. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Much
Thank
love.
you so much, Latricia. Thank you. All right, so let's speak with D. D, Bonnie is listening to you.
Hi, Glory, and hi, Bonni. I'm so excited. When a fan is speaking to the celebrity, I feel like I've made it. Speaking to my first celebrity ever, Bonni B. Like when you watch the show Big Brother, like if you watch Glory's videos, she's always say people to enjoy the show, you need to be open-minded. So to those who like us people that were open-minded enjoyed watching you, Bonni B. You did nothing wrong. It's a show, you entertained us, whatever happened so at the end of the day there will always be people that will like us, and there'll be people that will like not like us. And what I liked about you is that even in the house, when it was like everyone against you, you stood your ground. You didn't like pretend to try to be, I want to do this to change my personality just to please the people in the house. And for a reality show like Big Brother, that was a really good thing, because you were not worried about, there's people watching outside there. If I don't change now, they will not like me and stuff like that. You were yourself. And what I will say is, and just to end this all, I would just say that thank you for giving us a show for 2 weeks, and also thank you for being yourself. Yes, we are not perfect. Nobody in this world is perfect. We all make mistakes. We all say things. We all do things that we shouldn't be doing. But at the end of the day, we are all human beings. Nobody is perfect. Even the viewers that were like, oh no, she's vile. They are also vile, but also saying bad things about you. That also makes them vile. So thank you so much for giving us a show, and that is all for me.
Thank you, love you so much. Oh, guys, you're showering me with love. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. All right, and there's Christiana Bangora. Christiana, hi. Christiana, we can't hear you. You have to unmute. Okay, carry on.
Okay. How are you, baby girl? Hi to the only oven. Hello to the only oven. The only oven in Bbmzansi, and that's on period. The only oven that still burns, even after she has left the show. Her oven is still burning. In fact, it's still on fire. That show will never be the same until you return to that show again. You know, like, I'm so happy that you are in this platform today, because you know why? I love this platform because it's a platform of open minds. You know, you Glory, honestly, it's not because I'm saying this now, but because of your open-mindedness, that makes you attract people who are open-minded. Even though we have toxic people, of course, they are everywhere, like you always say. But you see, Bonni B, this is a right platform for you to thrive on, because if you listen to positive minds, trust me, that will continue to elevate you. And to be honest with you, since you left, that show has never been the same again. In fact, it's returned to BB Nigeria season 9. That's the exact. It went to that point, you know. So thank you, my sister. Honestly, I'm not an East African. I'm actually a West African. Me and Glory, we thrive on the same level. I'm actually a West African, and it's because of Glory that I've been following the show. It's not that I'm watching it live. No, we don't have the DSTV that we have. It doesn't have Bbmzansi or Nzansi DSTV. No, it doesn't have it. But because of Glory's analysis, it's as if I'm already watching the show. And it's because of Glory that I came to fall in love with you. And honestly, I felt like shedding tears when you were analyzing your story, because you can sense the rawness of it all. You understand? You can tell the truth that, no, this lady is actually speaking truth to power. And that is very good and commendable. And like you said, so the haters keep hating. The lovers keep loving. But I must say, Glory, there is something that you did that I will not forgive you. I kept on advocating for you to ask that activist question. When that activist woman came to the house, I knew it must have been something that affected, because the way like you analyzed, the way she was pointing out the fact as if there are no other crimes or there are no other abuses or violences that have been done to people. Honestly, I really wanted you to ask Bonni that question to know what state she was at that time, you know, when that woman was analyzing and focusing only on KB's situation. It was like, you know what, they sent her into that house for her to hit the final nail on the coffin. And the next day, our dearest Bonni was evicted, and it was so sad. But we thank God that it showed an effect. It has an effect on the show. Trust me, Bonni B, the day you returned to that show, that house will be burnt to ashes. That's on period. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and Glory, for bringing on our faith. God bless you. Keep thriving, my lady. We love you. We love you so much from Sierra Leone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christiana. Thank you so much. All right. Let's speak with Portia. Hi, Portia. Hello, Portia.
Hi, Gloria and Bonni B.
Hi.
Hi, Portia.
Bonnie B in the building. How are you, girl?
I'm good, and how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Firstly, I just want to say thank you, Gloria, for giving Bonnie B an opportunity to say some of the things that we did not get to see on the show as much as we watch it like fully. But some of the things that she mentioned, I was really quite astonished that they were not even showcased to us. And also, I just want to say, I'm not going to be really long. I just want to say, Bonnie B, listen, you are the girl that you think you are. They tried to stifle on you, and listen, you shaked the table. That is one thing that I really subscribed for. I was like, this is my girl. I want people like this on the show. And yeah, man, just continue shining and be yourself. Like, your authenticity was on steroids at its peak. And that's what I loved about you.
Aww.
Thank you so much, Portia. I really appreciate those words. Oh, guys, Gloria, you're making me so emotional now because I'm smiling here like Father Christmas is bringing me presents.
Sis, you need to know that people actually love you. Sometimes we
Yeah.
see the negativity, but you need to also see the positive side. It's a lot. And guess what?
Yeah.
The positivity outweighs the negativity in your case. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we have like two more people to speak to you. Bocha, thank you so much for your beautiful words. Let's speak with these two other persons. All right. There's Adanaya, First Lady. Hi.
Hi, Glory.
Hi, you're welcome. How are you?
Thank you. Fine. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you so much. It has been a long time. What a pleasure for me being
You're
here.
welcome.
I've been trying since season one of two. I mean, of Big Brother. I've been following you, but I do not have the opportunity to speak, and it's a privilege for me speaking with you today. Thank you so
I'm
much.
glad. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Do you have any
I
words for
really,
Bonnie?
yeah. Really, Bonnie, I really loved Bonnie at the game, and I'm outside. I'm running home to come and watch. Before I was seeing that they evicted Bonnie, I was like, oh my God. I just I don't know what to say. Like, oh my God, I was said I was disappointed, but it's a game. Though it's a game, but I'm not happy at the moment. And I quickly rushed to your page to see what is happening there, and I see you drop. You're shouting, everybody, and I was like, oh, that's crazy. But yeah, Bonnie, we love you so much in the game, and you really play well, and this is what we need. You're playing the game. You really play the game well, as we want us, the viewers, Yani, to watch. I give you accolade for that. Thank you so much. I don't want to waste your time a lot. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adana. Thank you, Adana. All right. So the last speaker before we let Bonnie rest, David Garcia. Hi, David.
Hi, Gloria. How are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I know you're supposed to. I'm fine. I'm fine. Like God knows how to do justice. After KB went, I was celebrating with my wine on my side. I enjoyed. I can't lie to you. At least the Big Brother puppet went. That was better on Wednesday. Anyway,
Hmm.
I want to say thank you to Bon B. How are you?
I'm good, thanks,
Hi,
and you,
Bon.
David?
How is it? How is life after the show?
It's fantastic. I'm living in an oyster now. I'm living the life that I belong in.
That's nice. We thank God. First, let me start telling her to say, whatever happened, it happened. But remember that no one can change who you are, and no one can actually take away whatever you are having. You need to have positive mind. You need to stand the way you stood in that game. To be honest, Gloria Rai just helped us to start watching this Big Brother with the true session of reality show, and then what you gave to us in that house, it was nice, to be honest. We enjoyed and keep doing the same thing, because after that eviction, have you seen how Ashley Young is now scared to do like a lot of things? She's failing to be herself. So you gave it all, to be honest, and then I wish all the doors for you to be opened, and keep fighting no matter what, and don't listen to people, those biased people, those who've got two faces. Keep fighting, keep fighting. You do wonders, to be honest. You are the mastermind of that show. Let's not only talk about entertainment in terms of you task. You were there, Arena, you were trying. Keep doing that, and may God continue blessing you and adding up more years and blessings. It won't work, whatever they are planning. You will succeed, and don't listen to people, in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Yes.
Thank you.
The other thing is, I don't know. I think the show to me, I think now I've got my fave. The show to me, it's now about is it Uyanda? Is it Uyanda? Is it Uyanda? That guy?
Yes, yes, yes.
Uyanda. Yeah, it's now Uyanda. Okay, I'll even give Ashley, but I'm just scared they have destroyed Ashley's game because of she's scared of doing whatever she's supposed to do. But have you seen Net? That woman, ha 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 ha. Okay, for me, I'm loving her because she's bringing what needs to be bring. So we can't hate the gamer. Let's hate the game. So Net, yes, whatever she's doing, it's so dangerous. But if you have followed it well, she's eliminating the counterparts. So let her doing what they're doing. If people needs to sleep, let them sleep. So this Big Brother this year, yes, it has been destroyed. There is nothing we can do, Gloria. Let's just push what we can push, and then continue being fair the way you are always. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, David. Okay. Oh my goodness. Bunny B, thank you so much for everything, for your time, for sharing, for opening up to us. We are grateful. We feel full, from everything that you have fed us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much also for, again, extending the invitation to me. I'm really honored to even be on your platform as well, because you're an icon yourself. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Bonnie. We're wishing you the very best. And if you need us to support you in terms of promoting any of your projects, your brand, please do not hesitate to reach out. All right. We're always here.
Yes.
We're always here. We're always here. We love supporting people. That is what we do. So we're here. All right. And never for one second think that you're alone. You're not alone. All right.
Yes, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and keep being on fire.
No problem. You too. Thank you so much, my love.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this has been such an amazing conversation with Bonnie B. I am so happy that this happened. I'm happy, and I want to especially thank those of you that went out of your way to make sure that this conversation happened. Thank you all so much. I appreciate all of you. Honestly, I wasn't sure this conversation was going to happen at all, but it did happen. And I'm glad. A lot of shocking moments, a lot of shocking revelations. And, as shocking as they might be, to be very honest with all of you, I'm not really surprised that much. You know why? If you all recall, for every season of any Big Brother show, before the show begins, before the day of the launch show, we always have a live conversation. And I talk about my expectations. I talk about things that I am curious about, things that I perceive might happen. And with this season, the live conversation we had before the next day that the show started, I had asked a question. I had asked if there was going to be a plot for the season. I had asked that, we even discussed it here. And by plot, what did I mean? I meant about, the narrative of the season, the storyline, which is nothing new because if you think about it, for every season of every Big Brother show, there is a theme of the season. But then in between, in that whole season, you also notice that there's like a general plot. Take for instance, the Siamosha season. That's the last season. What happened? There was the triangle between Liema, Jarid, and Mpumi, and then there was also the story of Papa Ghost and Lerato as the villains of the season. So the primary plot of the season was the triangle between those three people, and then the secondary plot was the Papa Ghost and Lerato versus what's that boy's name? The guy that won. I can't remember his name. The guy is so silent. He's very forgettable. That guy that won, yeah. Is it Mark Jr.? Yes, Mark Jr. Mark Jr., yeah. There was also their plot, the protagonist against the villains. So that was another plot. Then the other little stories that happened around, they are just supporting characters, So things like that happen for every season. And because the show is not a charity organization, it is a business at the end of the day. Production will always, seek a storyline. And then if they see that it is serious, they would develop it by themselves. How do they develop it? They will give it more camera time. And that is what viewers will focus their attention on. And that is why it seems like some people in every season get more screen time than other people. And sometimes, you see that type of screen time, it backfires. Because sometimes not all screen times on the show are positive. Because you might be caught at your lowest moment or at your worst moment or at your best moment. And one thing again people need to understand is that with shows like Big Brother, the show itself thrives on controversy. The show itself thrives on the drama that the housemates create. When those housemates create drama, because the show is a business, sponsors need to make their money. And how do sponsors make their money? By the traffic that the show generates. So production would have to do whatever it takes, to get engagement, to get that traffic by pushing that plot, that narrative, that has been created for that season. So this is nothing new. This is not something that we don't know about. We cannot pretend we don't know. We know. So sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, because when it becomes a bad thing is when people's personalities or character is involved. Does it eventually become a character assassination, or is it now a character elevation for housemates that are involved? So these are things that we need to consider. And that is why for every time we have this our live conversation, before we end up, I always say something. I say, let us give these housemates the grace to play the game. Because at the end of the day, you cannot take away the fact that there are games being played because it is a competition. It is a competition. Yes, I understand that there are societal norms and there are societal issues that people need to take into cognizance. However, regardless, people need to understand that whatever these housemates display on the show, for them, it is a necessity because they are all on survival mode. People will either amplify their true personalities and their characters, or they will water it down to fit the narrative of the season. It is only those that are daring enough and bold enough, like Bonnie B, that will go all out to stay strong in showcasing their true self. Because if you agree with me, sometimes not everybody that shrinks and shrinks and shrinks wins the show at the end of the day, or even gains popularity after that season. So it's heavy. No matter how you want to look at it, it's heavy. You know, it's heavy. Why am I saying all of this? What has happened has happened. You know, Bonni B has been evicted. I don't think it makes sense if all of those negativity continues. I'm glad for this conversation that we had. She has given clarity to the entire situation. I will repeat what I've said before. The camera sees everything, but us, the viewers, we are not shown everything, because the show at the end of the day is not a one-man or a one-woman show. There are 24 housemates in the house, so they were 24 housemates in the house. So the camera cannot focus on only one person, because it is not a day of it. You know what they call these YouTube videos? A day in the life of this, a day in the life of that. The show is not a day in the life of Bonnie B. It's not a day in the life of Nate. It's not a day in the life of Savage. It's not a day in the life of your fave. What you see is what you get. What you see is what production deems TV worthy to show you. So you cannot invest all of your emotions on just that one piece of the puzzle, because what you're being shown is just a piece of the puzzle. You cannot invest all of your emotions on that. That's why I always advise for people to be open-minded. Allow yourself to think out of the box. Allow yourself to weigh other options before you decide to cancel one housemate. As much as we say that Nate is a green snake under the green grass, I also call her the mastermind, because for her to think of all these ways to eliminate people and implicate people and manipulate people, she's also playing the game. And that is what the show is about, playing the game. It is a competition, a contest of personalities of all of these housemates. They are all competing for your attention, you the viewers, us the viewers, they're all competing for our attention. So at the end of the day, who do they impress the most? Who makes the greatest impression? You know, so these are questions we should ask ourselves, all right? And yeah, I'm going to move on now to other things, or if anybody still wants to make any comment on, you know, my conversation with Bonnie B, or maybe any other event that has happened during the week, we can talk about it. Remember, there is KV's disqualification that happened. So the question will be, did you see it coming? Do you think it was fair? Some people are saying that, and they shouldn't have disqualified her. They should have just given her a strike. So I would love to hear your opinion about that. And yes, every other thing, the fight between Swiss, Jojo, and Ezra, Ezra's leadership this week, do you like it? Do you not like it? You know? So let's continue the conversation, all right? Okay, so if you're on Twitter, the X app, please go ahead and share the link, or rather, send in your requests. Let's talk. Okay, we have somebody on the X app, True. Hi, True. Do you want to say something? Hello, True? Oh, True is off. And Tombi, do you want to say something? Okay, for those of you on YouTube, if you want to speak, please click on the link in the comment section and let's speak. Okay, D, do you want to say something? Hello.
Hi, Glory. Hello.
Yes, hi, Dave. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. So, no. For are we talking about moving on to this week conversation, or we're still on the?
No, we're moving on to this week's conversation.
Okay, for me, this week has been quite. First of all, what I want to say is, we can't hate people, man. But Swiss, that guy, Swiss, the crew, that crew is really working on my nerve this week. And also, Nate, what I would say is she's playing a game. I wouldn't say it's a good game, but if it's benefiting her, she herself, she knows what she's doing at the end of the day. But also, what I will also say, sometimes these housemates forget that this show is only a few days, like I don't know how many days again it is. Whatever you're doing now, you need to think carefully when you come out, because in a game, like when you're playing a game, she's also showing a part of her personality. We cannot say it's 100% the game, and also it's showing, is this how she behaves as well? Is this your character? You know, if the game is working for her, I have nothing bad to say about it. You know, she should play a game, but also I don't know, yeah. So also for the Uyanda thing and Abobo, so far I'm liking Abobo and Uyanda because they stand on the word, they say the truth as it is. And also the last thing I would just say is thank you so much for your videos. I got back home in Congo, and I'm actually located in South Africa, but I came in Congo for as soon as this Big Brother thing started. So yeah, there's no DSTV, the channels are not here. So I've been watching through your videos and everything as well. Thank you so much for always keeping us updated, and thank you. That's all.
You are welcome. Thank you so much for appreciating this channel. And speaking of Congo, I hope you are okay. I heard about what was happening in the news. I hope you're in a safe place. I hope you're doing okay.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm in Brazzaville, the Republic of Congo, not DRC though. So the war is kind of happening in DRC and around that side. But where I am, it's safe. And thank you so much.
Oh, all right. You're welcome. Please stay safe. And my heart goes out to the people in that part of Congo. It's just terrible what's happening. It's terrible. But I hope you stay safe, all right?
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, let's speak with Latricia. For those of you on Twitter, if you want to speak, send in a request and I will bring you on the stage, all right? Hi, Latricia, welcome back.
Hey, back with a bang. Thank you so much, Glory.
You're welcome, sis. How are you? How is work?
Work is fine. I'm also cool. And I'm glad for this. You know, today was a beautiful day. What your show today? It was worth it. It was, you know what? I give it a 5-star. But anyway, mine is not a lot. I just wanted to also step on the issue, as I touched it a little bit with Bonni B, but I didn't want to be long. The issue of who's this? KB, when she was disqualified, and when they did not show us the audio. I'm not production, I'm just saying what I thought. I believe that because it has to do with it's a very serious offense, let me put it that way. So I think for them not to replay it, the clip, even though they have it, we know it was not in the name of protecting a KB only. Maybe they were protecting her, but then I don't think it was only for her. But then also remember, if this person is a victim, once they see it again, imagine yourself seeing yourself being violated for the second time, and then it's a secondary victimization in a way. You understand? So, but maybe what production could have done, could have shown us maybe just a little bit of the beginning, make it clear that this is blurry, and then maybe the end of it, or showed us the conversations where BK was complaining. At least that they could have shown. That's my thing. But the actual thing happening here and there, I do understand them, because then for the sake of the victim. But then the part where he was complaining and all that, I think that they could have shown us, and then so. But the other part, I think they were just protecting his ego and all that. Although it favors the other girl. Although according to me, it doesn't favor her, because like I said, look at Bonni B, even Ashley, when she comes out, she will be able to explain, for example, why she was that angry, which part of the thing that we did not see that she was angry, or that she felt that Big Brother would have shown. Do you understand? So for her, for this one, she doesn't have anything. We only have Big Brother's weight, that you did this. to a number of housemates, then that one is standing. She can say whatever and say, it actually did not happen and whatever. We will say to her, but you said yes. You agreed when Big Brother said a number of housemates were complaining. They even came to you on several occasions. You said yes. So we are standing on that one. So it is not something that she can even say something on or try to correct it or make it look better or give us a different picture. So for Bonni B and Ashley, at least it's something. For them, it worked in a different page. And then the other issue that I wanted to touch is the leadership of Ezra. My Lord, that's why they say leadership. A leader is born. I'm telling you, a leader is born. That's it. That's it. How do you even you know, even what you mentioned to say, who's this Sweet Guluva did not defend even her own when she was fighting. I then thought of it that it was the time when he was a leader. I think it's a mistake, and remember, he's still young, that boy. It could have clicked in him to say, by the way, I'm a leader, and I'm not only a leader to Ashley, I'm a leader to the whole house. So maybe that's why he didn't want to really show his interest in protecting the other or whatever. I'm not saying what he did was right, but then at least that I would rather a leader like that than Ezra. Ezra, who is always in every commotion, whether it's women, whether it's whatever, he is there, and then there is these conversations, and I'm sorry, but then anyway, it is a game. He is playing his game, but then Ezra's game, I know, it's not gaming for me. For me, it's not gaming. But anyway, the game is on. We wish him the best. But then for his leadership, even Sipali did much better. Yes, he has his own group and whatever, but I think he was even much better. He really tried to be that leader who listens, who speaks to people, and tries to be as neutral as possible and address all issues as equal as she can at the best of his whatever. He had issues with Bonni B, but then he was trying. We could hear him gossiping about it, but then he was trying to her, or when addressing issues, to come out as neutral as possible or as fair as possible. And a fairness doesn't mean always you will be on the side of somebody or you will be in the middle. Sometimes you will be fair by being standing with the right. So, but Ezra cannot do that thing. He just can't. So, but anyway, we are looking forward to it, and big up to Uyanda for what he is standing up for. He's standing up for what is right, even if he's standing alone. He doesn't call a crew, and I'm happy what Ashley spoke to him about, to say, you know what, I believe in what you're saying, and I like what you're doing. You're standing on your own, and as for me, yes, one day I did stand up on your side and everything, but this is what should happen, because then it's difficult for housemates because of Nate's snake, whatever that we may call it. I agree with Bonni B. I'm not in the house, but I 100% agree with her. That girl is a snake in a garden. You will never see her coming. You will feel with the bite. She is a snake. I love her. She's from Limpopo. My mother is from Limpopo, but I'm sorry. No, that girl is not right. And even the way she turned, even on her friend KB. No, I mean, that's not what we call friendship.
Oh my
But all this time she was comforting her and hugging her, kissing her, showing all the support and saying Bonni B is best. What was she doing then on the last days? You know what, Glory, in a nutshell, I'm happy. Mine was to come and talk to Bonni B, so I just said, let me come up because I wanted to touch here and there. Thank you for the nice show. I'll be in the comment section and listen to the others.
Thank you so much, Latricia. Before you go, please hold on. You see, about this Nate and KB situation, what really shocked me, from the beginning of the season, because Nate declared that she is lesbian and she used to be bi, but now she's lesbian, you could see how she used to, let's call it play in inverted commas, how she used to play with KB, with Jojo, the way she would force Chris to kiss her, the way she would force Tyrone to kiss her. She was the one doing the forcing the people in her friendship circle, to kiss her, to play all these touching games with her. She encouraged it. And then when KB decided that, okay, because she started it, because she encouraged it, so maybe she likes it, so let's play along. She now switched the table. She switched the table and started calling it lack of consent.
Even what she is doing with BK? She is slightly
Yes.
doing the same thing with BK. You can see the way that
Yes.
they are talking and what, and apparently the way kisses. Okay, I can't prove that I didn't see it. The way kisses and all that. She is doing that. She is manipulative. That girl. I'm sorry to say. Although yes, this is a game of manipulation. It's not a game where you will be thinking for another person's back. But then yes, you cannot stop us also from talking that you are a good manipulator. She's doing the same thing
Yeah.
with BK. Yes.
And you know the worst part of it all? The worst is how the viewers are not seeing that she is leveraging on their gullibility and oversensitivity, over consent, issues of sexual harassment. She's leveraging on all of that to play the game, which, to be very honest, is not really right in a way, because now you are now tying the hands of the other housemates. They cannot do anything, you know, they cannot express themselves as they want. So it's like Nate, and she says this, she knows that, oh, I know that South Africa will cancel you. So she knows. So she's doing it. And it's like, yes, South Africa is helping her to play that. That's a dirty game, because, you know, there are games that housemates play. You know that after the show, that's the end. But when these housemates come out, that narrative follows them. You know,
Exactly.
oh my goodness, it's a
You
dirty
know, I
game.
also in closing, I want to say, well, you know, by this week, by today, let me say by today, the little bit that I've watched, I then said, you know what, I believe those who used to say in the beginning that they don't believe that she's actually, you know, because of
Yeah,
whatever that they saw. I don't have reasons for that. I don't have facts for that, but I'm starting to believe it, that it's actually a strategy of getting, you know, the
I
attention.
agree.
Yes, from the LGBTQ. She's using it as that's me, and I stand for correction, and I could be wrong, allegedly. So thank you, Glory, before we get into trouble with what she's saying.
Thank you. Let us get into trouble. I will still say it. Thank you so much, Lutricia. I agree with you.
Okay,
I
my
also
dear.
said it on one of my videos. I also said it on one of my videos that with the way Nate has been operating, I do not believe that she is lesbian. She
I
gives
don't as
too
well.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gives too much. If you listen to our conversations, and guys, please, disclaimer, this is not me trying to decampaign Nate, but it has to be said. She gives too much emphasis on conversations surrounding the LGBTQ plus community. Most of the time when she's having conversations with people in a circle, she's always, the things she says, it's like somebody that read a book or an article about the LGBTQ plus, and then she comes into the house and she's saying it. And so when they ask her about her partner, she'll be like, "Oh, I like being on top. I made my partner squirt 3 times. My partner spent 3 nights in my house. I made my partner squirt 3 times." It's like she knows that, or maybe she thinks that people in the South African LGBTQ community, they like such conversations. And for them, it's like support, that someone that is on TV is proudly speaking to their cause. So it's like, oh, let's give her support. So it's like, that's exactly what she's doing. Now, she's not only leveraging on this grape, that's the seriousness of the grape situation in the society. She's also planting herself in the LGBTQ plus community, which is smart, to be honest, but it becomes a dirty game when you now smear the characters and assassinate the characters of fellow housemates, all because of that
Thank you.
particular game. It's a very
Yes.
dangerous game she's playing. Very dangerous
Mm.
game. You know, so it stops being a game when you now defame someone on a live TV platform. It stops being a game. And that's the sad part of it. So yeah,
For sure.
thank you so much. Thank you so
Okay,
much,
thank you so
Latricia.
much, my dear.
Yeah. All right. Before we move on to the next person, I want to give a massive shout out to AB. AB, thank you so much for giving a token to this platform. Every time you do this, see, I always just pray for you in my heart that God gives you back in 100 folds where your resources are coming from. I appreciate you and I am grateful. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. All right, let's speak with Christiana. Hi, Chris.
I'm back. Oh,
Welcome back. You're welcome. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm okay. But you see that $50, two of us will that wine
No
together.
problem. No problem. No problem.
Anyway, it's been a very interesting show, and I'm so happy that for the first time in all your lives, you know, I'm being able to be part of the call, the people that like the callers, you know, because that has always been a challenge for me in all your lives. But thank God for today.
I'm happy you're
So
here. I'm happy. I'm happy.
so you know, if I could comment on essays, BBN, you know, the thing I would say is South Africa have reality TV show content. You understand? Like they have people who are naturally reality TV show content. They have them.
Yes.
You know, because
Yes.
like you always say, all of those housemates in that house, they are all reality TV shows content. All of them.
Yes.
All of them.
Yes.
But they have the wrong viewers. Trust
Mm.
me, they have the wrong viewers. Now let's just take a flip. Okay, let's flip it. Let's flip it over to that of Nigerian. Nigeria don't have the reality TV shows content, but they have the viewers. Trust me,
Yeah.
if Bbmzansi was aired in Nigeria, we'll be talking about something different. People like
I
Nate
actually
and
agree with you.
I'm telling you, people like Nate and Bonni B and KB, they will stay long on that show. I'm telling you for free, they will stay because Nigerians thrive on people's toxicity because for them, they
Mm.
take it that that's what the show is all about. You understand? So
Mm.
such people, they
Yep.
see them to go far in those shows. But South Africans view these shows with their hearts. You know, they are being moved with their emotions. So hence the reason they always they don't have that open mind, that objectivity whilst watching the show. So long as they see someone pouncing on someone, they instantly cancel that person to be a very, very evil person. But anyways, that's their community. And then speaking of
Yeah.
Nate, oh God, speaking of Nate, you
Mm.
see, yeah, there was a statement that Bonni B made in respect to KB's situation the day, and I totally agree with you. A situation that you've never explained to anyone. Why do you choose such a platform to bring it on board if
Exactly.
it not a strategy?
Exactly.
So Net doesn't have the balls to say things in people's face, but she acts what others say to people. Take the situation of
Mm.
Bonni B. Bonni B said it to KB's face that I will use your situation against you, and then Nate thrived on that speech. She thrived on that sentence that Bonni B made that I will use your situation against you, and see what happened now. See what
Mm.
happened. Just see what happened to KB at the end of the day. All thanks to Nate. All thanks to Nate,
Mm.
because she was the pioneer of everything. She was the
Mm.
one that was building up these campaigns about how KB was behaving, how she was acting to people, and then other people came on board. So
Mm-hmm.
all I will say is, like we always say, hate the game, not the gamer. Nate is
Mm-hmm.
actually playing a very, very, very mind game. And it's accepted. Oh, yes. Just as how South Africans would have accepted that of Bonni B's. Because for all I know, for the fact that Bonni B has never physically assaulted anyone, that doesn't
Mm-hmm.
give anybody the right to disqualify her or to even evict her from the show. Because she too was playing her game with her words. You can't hate someone for being blunt. No. No, it's
Mm-hmm.
uncalled for. It's clearly uncalled for. But look at what Net is
Exactly.
doing. Look at what Net is doing. Do you know the mental state of some people right now? And then she's counting and she's leveraging on this LGBTQ community. But you know what? I pray she succeeds in South Africa because as far as US is concerned, she will go and meet Donald Trump now. She will go and meet Donald Trump. But to be honest with you, the rest of the house, I'll just give them a pass. Let them just continue. After all, it's a show. Like we've already mentioned, the show has already been boring with the absence of Bonnie B. So we'll just take what we see. If they don't fight, then it will be a problem. Because take a look at what these people are giving us, what we were craving for in BB Niger season 9. It was what we are craving for in BB Niger season 9. And then these people are actually, they don't even have to do too much. They are already a content. South Africans are already a content on their own. Actually, it's not that the show is completely boring now, but it's no longer on fire like it used to be. It's not completely boring, but it's no longer on fire like it used to be, because the day the show was aired or it was launched, boom, everywhere scatter. Glory will be dropping like 2, 3, 4, 5 videos just in one night. And then, hey, what is happening? And now we are having two videos maybe per day. In fact, yesterday I scrolled and scrolled. I said, in my local dialect, I was saying that for saying a one great video, now Glory I post for it today, what happened? And if you try to put that in English, I was asking like, is it that it's only one video that Glory dropped today? Because I've been searching this place. It's as if you see
what is happening in the house.
Thank you, and I can't blame you for that. I can't, because they're not giving you what will make you make videos. You understand? Because situations or circumstances that people love to see and watch, you can't just make videos just like that. You see. But honestly, all thanks to you, because this is the first time I'm ever witnessing. I've just been here BBN within BB Titans, but I've never watched it. But all thanks to you, this is the first time experiencing Bbmzansi. Even saying this, my sister, I was struggling with you, especially for Sipasiple. Yeah, there is trouble.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my sis. You are well appreciated on this side, and honestly, we love you. We love you so much. Thank you, and I hope to be watching more of your videos. Don't worry, we are on Simply Glory Elijah as well. We are there. Just be dropping us back to back.
Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful day, my sister. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, guys, before we move on to the next speaker, somebody just broke some news right now about Nate. And guys, I'll put out a disclaimer again that please, this is not me decampaigning Nate, but this is me sending a forewarning to those who are in charge of canceling people in South Africa. Listen to me and listen clearly. Hold my hands as I tell you this, or maybe hold your ears to hear me clearly. I know that this is all a game. Yeah, I know. They say don't hate the player, hate the game. But listen and listen clearly. Nate is on another mission to use this sexual harassment and rape situation again to eliminate another housemate. The housemate that is the new target now is Jojo. Listen and listen to me clearly. The next target for Nate is Jojo. Nate started this drama when she started KB's drama. Everybody that started watching the show from day one, they will attest to the fact that Nate was the one that first started touching and kissing and forcing her friends to kiss her and do stuff. But ever since she saw that her game worked with Bonni B, she now started using that activist woman's language, consent, no consent, as a weapon again. And now she's weaponizing your oversensitivity to the grape situation. She claimed that Jojo kissed her without her consent. Ladies and gentlemen, Nate has kissed Jojo before. Nate knew that Jojo is naive, a pastor's daughter, very innocent. Sometimes when they sit down together and they are talking about sexual content, Jojo does not understand what they are talking about. So what Nate did is she kissed Jojo, did whatever with Jojo, and they all called it they are playing. Now, she's claiming that Jojo kissed her without consent. She has seen that for the second time, her smear campaign worked. Bonni B got evicted, KB got disqualified. Now she has started pushing a narrative about Jojo kissing her without consent. She's using the language of violation, sexual harassment. Last night, Nate was crying. Swiss and Tyrone, they were consoling her. And then they were telling Jojo to go and apologize to Nate later on, or maybe in the morning. This morning, Nate was telling Swiss that she doesn't want Jojo's apology, that she doesn't feel good, that she doesn't want to talk about. She's now playing the victim card. And what Nate does is she pushes these conversations for days. She does it over and over and over and over. And she does it in a very sneaky manner, like, oh my God, they want to kill me. I'm traumatized. I am the victim. I have been violated. My right as a lesbian has been ripped from me. That is what Nate is doing. Jojo does not know the gravity of this whole thing, but Nate knows what she's doing. She knows that if she invests a lot of time and energy into that narrative, you people that are great with cancel culture in South Africa, that ensure that Bonni B got cancelled out of the house, that ensure that KB also got cancelled, she knows that if she invests a lot of energy in this work, that Jojo will also get disqualified. That is what Nate is doing. This message I am passing on to you right now is this. Read my lips. Do not fall for it. Don't do anything. Don't tag production. Don't tag sponsors. Don't tag Lotto Star. You people were burning the timeline with tagging all the sponsors, Robertson, Lotto Star. Don't tag anybody. Again, leave the show alone. Leave the game alone. Let the game flow. Because Nate is not innocent. Nate started this whole thing. You cannot be encouraging people to kiss you, touch you, and then when they kiss you back, you claim they kissed you without your consent. Do not fall for it. South African viewers, listen to me, hear me now, and hear me clearly. Do not fall for it. Hold your weapons. I know a lot of you weaponize cancel culture. Do not cancel Jojo. Do not cancel anybody. Leave the show. Let the show play. Otherwise, you're going to have a miserable season. Otherwise, you're going to have a very horrible season, the worst season of any Big Brother season. Leave the game alone. Nate is playing a fantastic game of manipulation, but it is also a dirty game because you cannot continue defaming housemates like that. She understands that the South African society frowns upon sexual allegations and violence against any gender, and that is what she's leveraging upon. So Jojo is not the monster here. Nate is neither the monster as well. Jojo is not a monster. Jojo never forced herself on Nate. So please, I beg you all, do not fall for it. Do not tag sponsors anymore. Let the show run its course till the end. You are destroying the show. If you all begin to tag the sponsors again and saying, oh, Jojo must be disqualified, you are ruining your show. You are ruining it. You're not doing anybody any favors. You are destroying the show. And worse still, you are destroying the reputations of these housemates. Stop it. Stop with the cancel culture. I beg you all. Enough is enough. Otherwise, the world is not going to take you all serious anymore. Please, I yield. I'm going to move on right now to Fortune. Hi, Fortune.
Hi, Glory. How are you?
Sis, my head is burning. I'm really, really pissed right now. But you're
I
welcome
know.
back.
No, but it's nice to have you back. There's a version of you that happened on Monday, and I didn't like that version at all. I was so pissed at you because you see, Glory, your job, your role in your community, a lot of people feed from your energy. And when you're here, you're giving us good things, it propels some nice energy in us. That one, we were all upset with production and everything, but oh my goodness. And I'm now wanting to catch up on the show. And Glory is upset more than me. I'm like, oh my God, I need somebody to uplift me. But I guess you're also human, and it was a
Yeah.
tough time. But we've managed to move on. And I think around Wednesday, you started smiling again. It was nice. And after KB left, it's like the glow came back. I was like, yes, Glory is back. But it's nice. Thank you so much for the effort. And even when it's tough, because it's been tough, everything has been
Yeah.
just too much. And we're hoping that it doesn't go too far. But I mean, with this one that you're talking about with Jojo, I don't know, production in South Africa may not even need to do much, because I saw this morning Nate speaking to Ashley and Tyrone, and she was looking so depressed. She was even in bed, covering herself partly, like she's traumatized because Jojo kissed her. That kiss that happened in that thing in week 1, I think, that thing, she's resurrected that, obviously. I think that's the thing we're talking about. I thought there was another kiss that happened, because I remember that one, and I'm not saying that one was right if she didn't consent, but the way she was talking about it today, it's like something else happened yesterday, And Ashley was like, have you talked to her? And she said, no, she doesn't want to be triggered. The thing with Nate is she will talk to everybody else but the person, because she's hoping these people will take it to the person. And Tyrone is going to take this to Jojo. Jojo is so weak. I don't even think people may need to do much. She'll pack and leave on her own, because she's on the door because of Ezra. I think that thing where Jojo is on the door, it's Ezra, and I'll tell you why later. That's my view, right? There's a lot of other things, but I suspect it's got to do with Ezra. That's just my perspective. And oh, by the way, I'm a work in progress, guys, so bear with me. I may say some shit. Just forgive me. Okay. So I wanted to first talk quickly about KB, and her disqualification was shocking in a way to me. I didn't expect it, and it's quite sad, because it looks like she came with a strategy to share a story that could have led her to get today to week 8, right? That story, if she had behaved herself and not be toxic and not join all the fights, it would have worked, because there's no way you will put a person like me up for eviction and people won't evict me because I'm a victim. But she forgot the storyline somewhere along the lines, and she stopped being a victim somewhere. I don't know what happened, because the story could have worked for her. But anyway, yeah, it was a bit traumatic. The whole touching the eggplant, and even the toxicity in her words to people. She was worse than Ashley. She was saying a lot of bad things. So I think she was not a very positive person. So it's unfortunate, but maybe she does need to go outside and get the help she needs, properly, and then grow that way, because, yeah, it was a little bit too much. So if she's listening at all, yeah, we wish you well. Now back to Nate. That's the one I wanted to talk about, but you said everything I wanted to say, because I feel that what Bonni B said today about her reputation, I mean, Bonni B is strong, you can tell, but she acknowledged the reputational damage that comes with the narrative that's pushed on these shows about one person, right? We can try to ignore it, but as a person that's outside, where there's a narrative tagged to your name, it follows you even after the show. So Nate's game, I think it's got so much repercussions for these people outside. I honestly, in as much as I wanted to win and do all sorts of things, she's done it now. She could move on and do something else, but she literally has like a hit list, and in order, she will leave only the Tupac gang, not the gangster, the niggas. Maybe those are the people that she's gonna leave, her people, and everybody else out. And that's so unfair. And I mean, it will be unfair if production and everybody still listens to it. And there's a way Nate acts as if somebody told her that go and do the best you can, do everything and anything, and you're not going anywhere. She gives that energy that's protected outside.
Yes.
And I don't understand. Because who
True.
told her that she will be safe? And she keeps saying these things. She throws those things in there to be like, oh, other people can pack. I'm not going anywhere. She says things like that, like
Yeah.
she's put the suitcase very far. She doesn't need it.
Mm-hmm. True.
Those statements are unfair on other people that don't have production in their pockets if she has them. Because we want to watch a fair
Ah,
game. I don't know if this is fair at all. I don't know. But this one of putting people up to say they don't have consent, if we're really talking of consent, half this house should be outside. That week one, when they were kissing each
true.
other, left, right, and center, they should all go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But why is the consent only listened to when it's Ned saying it? What about the other people?
Yeah. And Fortune, sorry for interjecting here. Do you remember Biggie's interpretation of the section 16 of the rule book, where he said that Bonnie B victimized KB, right? Can
Yeah.
we also translate what Nate is doing to these housemates as victimization? Because take, for instance, what she did with Swiss, Tyrone, and Jojo, even KB. She jumps on
Mhm.
them, she's rubbing and grinding on them. And then, like Swiss, for example, she was forcing Swiss for a kiss, and Swiss was, bunching up his
Mhm.
hands in defense and saying, no, 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 I don't want to kiss you. And she's like, why don't you want to kiss me like I can kiss Tyrone? She does the same thing to Tyrone. Every time she goes to Tyrone, kiss me, kiss me. Tyrone will say, no, 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 no. That is not consent. But then she turns around and claims that they touch her without consent. Can't Big Brother give this girl a strike for victimization? Because for me, that is victimization as well.
Yeah, I suppose that could be. And because this consent doesn't always have to be verbal, your body language can indicate consent. If you came to try to kiss me yesterday, now I'm coming to kiss you. It's like you've been expecting it. We didn't do it yesterday, but now we can do it. So let's take the Swiss incident, for example, where she tried to do that. Swiss
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow could come and kiss her and say, oh, yesterday I wasn't ready, but I'm ready now. Because you opened, the
Mm-hmm.
door is ajar. When you tried it yesterday, you are telling me that you are receptive. So if I then
Mm-hmm.
come, because I picked up that maybe you're receptive, you can now say, I didn't give you consent when you opened the door yesterday, although I wasn't ready.
Mm-hmm.
It's very gray, and we don't want to minimize the issue of consent, but we also need to be very careful in terms of how consent is given. It's not always verbal. Sometimes it's your body
Mm-hmm.
language. To me,
Exactly.
I don't
Exactly.
know. I don't know where these people came from. All these people that were forcing for kisses first week. Next year, we don't want to see this type because this issue is just now, it's drawing out way too far. Mandy Hagan had her own. It's just like everything is bordering the area of sexuality and sexual. We would have wanted to see other plots that are not,
Yeah.
have nothing to do with this. I don't know. Yeah, but I think I'm finding it quite disturbing. It was triggering, like especially that other one with the grape. I didn't even join. I just feel like, what do you say without looking like a villain yourself about that? You
Yeah.
don't want to be sensitive, but we want to talk about it. Don't bring something to the show if you don't want people to talk about it, because anything that I can use as ammunition against you, I will use it. If you bring red
Mm-hmm.
shoes, I will talk about your shoes. Similar to the stories you tell. It's things like
Mm-hmm.
that. And I think maybe there has to be things that are just not talked about, maybe. And then let's just say these are out of bounds going forward, probably. You know? I
Exactly.
don't know, but yeah. So
Absolutely.
I don't know if you have anything else to say about this part, Nate one, because I know you said a lot, but I want to talk about the pap and chicken issue with with
I still, I
Abobo.
still want, I still want to say something about Nate. I'm going to put more emphasis on this, and this is to all South Africans that watch the show and always tag sponsors for cancellation. If there should be anybody that, if at all they want to now exercise their power of cancellation, they need to call Nate to order. You cannot continue smearing the reputation of fellow housemates. If at all they want to do anything, force their hand to cancel anybody, they should think of all the nights that Nate has forced herself on all her friends. When we talk about body language, we see how Tyrone is uncomfortable every time Nate goes to him for a kiss. And she's always forcing and pushing for it. The same thing goes with Swiss. So if there's anybody that they need to put their eyes on, it should be Nate. And according to Big Brother's rule book, there's something called victimization there. So I think they should look up the meaning of victimization in the dictionary and then apply it judiciously without bias, because this is getting out of hand. Week one, it was Bonni. Week two, what was that? Okay, is it week two, Bonni? Week three, KB, and now we're going on to week four. She has started operating on JoJo. Before we know it, it's probably going to be BK next, because now the way she's getting close to BK, it's looking very uncomfortable. But anyways, please continue, Fortune.
Yes, and the Mshini one, because I watched it also, and I think it's Terry Energy that somebody put the comment where Nate was saying if she was Mshini, she would just tell everyone around about that whole you are loose comment, so that everyone can now cancel Ezra, right? The more they talk about it, then everyone will be like, Ezra said Mshini is loose, before you address it. There's nothing wrong with clarifying, although Ezra lied about I think he lied about his whole meaning about whatever he just said to get out of a situation. I'll give him respect for giving her audience and trying to apologize. Look, he tried. But this girl, Nate, is saying Mushini should have gone to all the 22 people, tell them all. Then Ezra will walk around not even knowing that there's a target on his back. Only at the end, people will either nominate him or Big Brother will pick it up and he trends. Tyrone himself, no backbone, zero. I don't know who he is in this house, to be fair. Anything that this cool gang, the gangsters do, he's there. You know, he will kiss this girl because he doesn't want to be cancelled by the crew, because he knows that if he's out of that, it's over for him.
True.
And I saw him looking at Swiss, this Tyrone, after the pap and chicken fight. He was looking at Swiss like Swiss is his god. I don't know if you saw it after Swiss came back from. He was looking, admiring Swiss. It's like he's saying, "Please never remove me from the pack."
Yes, he knew that Swiss was wrong. He knew that Swiss was the one that bullied Uyanda, but he was just there, like he was not trying to sound supportive. Like Uyanda was just being childish. What?
He was like, "Swiss, are you okay?" The Swiss himself doesn't even care about anybody. He was looking outside to fight with that girl. This guy was looking at Swiss' face like, I was like, do you want to eat Swiss now? What is this? Anyway, now to the bullying, you know, Uyanda is trying, but after they remove Abobo from this house, I don't know if Uyanda will survive the gang, because is Abobo on the firing squad? Is he on the list to be evicted?
I think he is. Is it?
I think he is. If he is, I think so. If he is, it's so sad, because I'm not sure if he's going to survive, because if Abobo and Uyanda are both there, these guys seem to me like they will be sharing their risers votes, I think, but I think Uyanda will probably get more. Abobo will go home. So I'm not sure now how this Uyanda will survive, because he appears strong, but I think he gets a lot of that from Abobo, because Abobo is very mentally strong, very steady.
Yes.
He gives very sound advice to these guys, whoever wants to listen. And I think that Uyanda really internalizes everything Abobo says to him, which it's a very good brotherhood that they have, because that's all they have. They only have themselves. Everybody else is like put them on the side like they don't belong, which is so sad to watch, you know?
True.
So I'm hoping Abobo doesn't go so that Uyanda can have support, because these guys are literally going to eat this boy alive. They are just waiting, all of them.
True.
That bullying situation is so triggering to watch when they do that, including Ezra.
It's very annoying. Very.
But anyway, I don't know. There's really not much to glorify in this house. All the people that could be doing good things are just quiet. Like Pili, we've got so much furniture in this house. These people should probably go home so that Abobo can stay to support Uyanda towards the 2 million, because he can't do it all by himself. He will leave. He's going to fight someone. You see, that Swiss is very violent. They're going to beat each other up and they'll be disqualified.
Crazy.
Anyway, yeah, so it's very unfortunate. We don't have anything really good to say for this week. I don't know. There's nothing much to glorify. Just these comments are all kind of negative. I'm hoping for good, a good week. They did well with the wager challenge though, so that's nice, and they work well together in a way when they have to. So we'll celebrate that, I guess.
Yeah, they really do work well together. Honestly, I give that to them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you
That's all I
so
had.
much, Fortune.
Yeah. Unless you have any other questions I can answer, but there's not much
No,
else really from my side.
that's it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much,
Thank
Fortune.
you
Thank you
so much.
so, so much. Thank
Alrighty.
you. Thank you. All right. Okay. We have someone on Twitter, Charlotte. Hi. You're welcome. How are you? Hello. Is it Charlotte? Your hand is up. You can unmute.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. You're
Can you
welcome.
hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, so me, I have my own 2 cents on the matter.
Okay,
Right?
okay. Carry on.
Hi. So my thing is, right, this started this week. When Georgia started having these mood swings, I think it was on Sunday. I'm not sure, but Georgia was having these mood swings where she just wanted to go home. She was feeling overwhelmed. And I just noticed something. I noticed how her crew flocked towards her.
Yes.
Without Nate having to say so.
Yes, true. Hello. Oh my God, Charlotte, we've lost you. We can't hear you. Are you there? Charlotte?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Please carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, as I was saying, they went on their own merits. Nate didn't have to say anything to go and support. And at the time, KB was still inside the house.
Yes.
And I was on another space saying, if Nate is not careful, Georgia will take on that entire crew for herself. Not by intention, but just purely based on the fact that they really.
What's happening? We keep losing her. Charlotte, we can't hear you anymore. Are you there?
Okay, no, my phone has a 30-second timer, so it keeps switching off. So I have to tap it the whole time.
Okay, okay, okay. Carry on, please.
So, as I was saying, right, with Nate wants to feel in charge at all times.
Yes.
But she does it in a way that it's so slick and subtle that another person wouldn't see it that way. She would just see it as a person mingling with her friends, right?
True.
But now she had noticed what we noticed of JoJo, where JoJo is a prime responsibility of the group. So at any time, should there be a fight, should there be something that happened between JoJo and Nate knows that she actually might lose the numbers towards JoJo. So what does she do? She does what she's doing right now. She's doing exactly that, and she's trying to single out JoJo. That's why she's going all around the house trying to make JoJo into a bad person by losing her credibility. Once she loses her credibility, she loses her numbers. She did it with KB. She used KB. Unfortunately, she used KB. Now that Bonnie's out of the house, she has no use for KB. They weren't friends.
Yes.
They don't link. They don't even talk like that. The conversations they have is so shallow and boring. You're like, oh my God, how are these people even friends? But now, since Bonnie B is gone, the PO, the person of interest is now gone. They have nothing to talk about. She has nobody to defend KB for. So it's fine. She's out. And she's really out. Now it's JoJo. JoJo is getting a lot of traction. JoJo is getting a storyline from Uluzuku. It's getting a storyline from Uspresif. It's getting a storyline from Ezra. This is a lot happening for a person that doesn't do much in the house. And that is a problem for Nate. She wants to be the star of the group. She wants to be the controller. It is very hard to control a person that hardly is doing anything, and all these storylines are coming to her.
True.
But I must say, I must commend Nate. That girl is a thinker. She's a gamer.
For real.
How she's playing her game, it might not be nice, but she is playing the game at the end. What I don't like what she's doing right now is doing the exact same thing she did with KB.
Yes.
In terms of the sexual assault. Guys, let's be honest. Ne? Not all of us like being touched, being hugged. It's fine.
The timer. Are you there, Charlotte? Charlotte. Oh my goodness. She said her phone has a timer, guys. Please bear with us.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, no, I'm done, guys. I just wanted to say that.
Oh,
No, I just wanted to say that what she's doing right now is completely wrong, and I hate it because it doesn't only affect her, but it affects people outside. There are people that actually face these kinds of problems on a daily basis. For her to be flinging around these kind of accusations for no reason whatsoever, purely based on a game, is wrong. Number one. Number two, she's the first person to be out touching people. Anyhow, she's touching Tyrone, she's touching Chris, she's touching Mandy, she's touching Jojo anyhow, and they fine with it because they understand she's gay, and she might actually like what she's doing. Like, okay, cool, no problem. Not all the girls are even bi in the house, but because she is, they can make her feel comfortable. They do it, but it's not that deep. For her, you're alright, guys. I'm sorry. And I'm ending with that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Charlotte. That was a very apt analysis, to be honest. And I totally agree with you. I have also noticed the same thing that you mentioned. Nate enjoys being the main character. She enjoys being the main character so much. The moment she perceives that somebody else is rising up to take her shine, the next thing she thinks of is to pull you down. And I totally saw that when that mental health activist came into the house. You saw how that woman made that educational session all about KB's situation. Nate was attentive. Nate was seeing everything. I don't know if you all also noticed that Nate was one of the most interacting housemates. She was asking a lot of questions. She was giving a lot of answers. She wanted to be a part of that conversation so bad. You could also sense that she greatly wanted to be seen as a victim or a survivor as well. You could see the thirst for it. You could see that this girl really, because she could see that everybody was now showing pity to KB. She could see it. So she so greatly wanted to be another person that is labeled a survivor, a victim that is now a survivor. And so she was very engaging with the woman in that during that session. And now she's creating her own storyline. Oh my God, I'm lesbian, but people don't want to understand that they're touching me inappropriately. Like, girl, we have footages of you in week 1, even in week 2. Putting your bosom against the guys. I mean, if we're talking about someone that has sexually harassed people a lot in that house, Nate has harassed Swiss and Tyrone a lot. Tyrone's own happens in the kitchen a lot. Swiss's one happens in their bed a lot. So, South Africans, I'm begging you people in the name of God, no more cancel culture on these housemates. Anything you hear, especially from Nate, please, if it is not true, it is not true. Please, I'm begging. Anyways, let's move on to Renata. Renata, hi. You're welcome. Renata, you can unmute your mic, please.
Hi, Glory. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. You're welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine. I'm Renata. I'm from Kenya.
Welcome.
I love your analysis so much, and I really appreciate whatever you are doing.
Thank you so much.
So, about Nate, I feel like Nate has really studied this show. This girl knows this show very well. She knows whatever triggers the audience, and she knows how to get to the audience well. Because the show was halted for a while, I think from season 3 or so. And she knew that whatever made the show to be halted was about sexual harassment, sexual assault.
True.
And she's also studied the cancel culture in South Africa.
Absolutely.
She knows that any little thing concerning sexual harassment and whatever in that way, the audience are going to be very pissed at it. Like, look at last year, Bravo B was disqualified. Yolanda, for just making a statement, she was disqualified too. So Nate is trying to like make a big deal
out of anything small, that any sexual advancements that any housemate makes towards her. And she's really investing in it so much. And I really hope Jojo has the mind to know that Nate is really, she's like a prey. She's coming for her. I really hope so that she realizes that.
Yes.
I don't have much, Glory. Thank you so much.
You know what? Thank you so, so much for that short but apt analysis. That is exactly it. I don't know if it was one of my videos I did during the week. I said the exact same thing, that Nate has not only studied the show, she has also studied the South African society, the cancel culture, conversations that trigger South Africans, that gets them to cancel an individual without even blinking. And another very important thing is she has also studied the rule book. There is nothing anybody would tell me, but guys, this is a fact. The way Nate is playing this game, she has studied the rule book. She has studied it. Now, us the viewers, I think I've seen, have I seen the rule book before? I think years ago, I think I saw a copy online, but it doesn't exist anymore. And also, from the way there's been several interpretations of the rule book from different seasons of Big Brother Nigeria and Big Brother South Africa, so I have a bit of knowledge of what is contained in the rule book, because there's been popular rules that have been broken season in, season out. So Nate has studied the game, and I will still continue to call her a mastermind. She's a mastermind. She knows how to operate. However, this operation, there are repercussions, and the repercussions are not so nice. Okay, we move on to YouTube. Guys, if you want to contribute to this conversation, we still have some more time before we finish, all right? So if you want to contribute, if you're on Twitter, please send in a request. I'll bring you on. If you are on YouTube, click the link in the comment section to join to speak, all right? Okay, before we move on to the person on YouTube, let's take one final take from Charlotte. Charlotte, you raised your hand. Charlotte? Charlotte on Twitter, you raised your hand, or is it a mistake? Okay, she's not responding. We're gonna move on to the next person. All right, thank you. Okay, hi, Fellow or Pello. I hope I did not murder your name. Pello, hi, you're welcome. How are you?
Hey, Glory, how are you?
I am good. You're welcome. I hope I did not murder your name. So sorry.
No, not at all. You said it just fine.
Nice. You're
Oh, yeah,
welcome. How are you?
No, I'm not good, Glory. I'm really not good. I feel like Nate gets under my skin. Yo, sometimes I get goosebumps. That's how much she annoys me. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But I feel like with this particular situation, you shouldn't have to worry a lot, because I feel like most people have caught on to a strategy. Even on Twitter, if people are writing emails to the sponsors, they're writing them about Nate. I've never seen anyone writing against Jojo. You know what I mean? I saw many people reporting against Nate and what she's doing, weaponizing rape and stuff like that with her strategy. So yeah, I wanted you to not worry too much about it anymore. Many people have clogged her strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, and I feel like, because someone said that with the United States Big Brother, it's people do not vote. You know what I mean? And I feel like if Nate was in the Big Brother house in the US, she would definitely go far. But I feel like with this one, she forgets that there are cameras watching her. People see what she's doing. I feel like if she was in the United States, where people don't vote and stuff like that, if it was a social game, she would definitely climb higher. But I feel like right now her strategy is crumbling, because many people see what she's doing and they don't like it. And again, I feel like, because I am from Bloemfontein, where Jojo and KB are from, and I don't like what she's doing, because now KB is an educator by profession. She teaches school into children. So what Nate is doing, she doesn't understand that it's not only for the game. it's going to ruin KB's career too. Because now if you're disqualified for what people said KB did, which parent is now going to trust KB to to teach
Yeah,
their child? So I feel like that's what
yeah,
annoys me the most. She doesn't understand. She doesn't understand. She doesn't think. Because KB is an
yeah.
educator. She's a teacher. So it's going to affect her profession. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Hmm.
I wanted to just say my piece that I'm very annoyed with
Ah,
Nate. Yeah, I'm gonna
hmm.
leave now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing that angle. Ah,
Mm,
man. You
mm.
just can't hate the player. You just hate the game. You can't hate the player. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank
Thank
you. Bye,
you.
Glory. Thank you.
Bye. All right. Let's speak with Joel. Joel Palmer. Hello. Hello, Joel. You have to unmute your mic. Hello.
Hey, Glory, can
Hi.
you hear me
Hi.
now?
How are you? I
I'm
can hear
good. How are
you.
you?
I'm okay. You're welcome to the conversation. Joel, you muted yourself. Are you there? You need to unmute your mic because I'm trying to unmute. Oh, he has dropped off. Okay, fine. Joel, if you can come back, please do. All right. Okay, let's speak with King Senna. Hello.
Hi, Glory. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening to you too. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. How are you? Today I decided to
Um,
join in. I've been following your show
Wait,
for quite a while,
wait.
but
Hold on a second. Why are you giving us Aaron Pierre's vibes here right now? Do you want us, the females, to start pouring?
uh, I'm literally following the conversation actually, but I just want to put in a word or two. But first
Okay.
and foremost, I would like to express my greatest appreciation for you taking your time to enlighten us on these shows. It's
Thank
always
you.
good to be open minded. Once you are open minded, you'll be able to see even within the thickest darkness of the night, you'll be able to see because you've opened up your
Yes,
mind. And the game
true.
of manipulation that Nate is actually showing on this particular season, she's here to tell you people that she's not here to lose on the 2 million rand. She's here to win it. So therefore,
Yeah,
anything that she has to do, she will do it. That is what she's trying to let everybody know. So whether she
yeah,
has to go under the weather to make sure you people are seeing her, that she is being the victim here, you people have to see her. And I also like the part that you have educated the South African council culture. They have to watch out. They have to watch
yeah.
out. In as much as they are doing the Lord's work, they also have to see in between the lines when somebody is doing something. But they shouldn't be just
True.
oblivious about, okay, let's see, because I don't know, it's actually painting an image because Nate is actually from a particular community and they are trying to
Mm.
protect that. I don't know what literally they are doing, but if that is the reason why they are doing what they are doing, they have to stop that because all these housemates came to the house with a particular reason.
True.
So if they want to just make it look like, and they are trying to fold the hands of production, and production doesn't want
Yeah,
to, the production doesn't want to go back to where they are coming from. So it's like,
true.
okay, let's just follow what these people are doing so that they don't tie our hands once again, which is not right. They're not letting the organic nature of the reality TV show. Let
Mhm.
me probably say they are not bringing the organic nature of the show. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
letting everybody let's just see what is going to happen for the reasons of us not being put back to where we were coming from. Let's just let them have their way. No, it shouldn't be like that. But actually should be
True.
given the opportunity to air the reality show. This is reality. People are confined in a specific area. Let us see their way of life because
Mm-hmm.
that way of life is different from the way of living in the reality world. I don't know if I'm making sense now, because Nate is messing with all of us, our headspace. But she should she shouldn't think that what she's doing is going to last forever. Everything that has a beginning definitely has an end. So when the repercussions come to her, she should also be willing and ready to accept it. So this is just a little contribution I just want to put up to, and then I just want to say once again that thank you for enlightening people, for allowing people to also see the other side of the coin, because in this life, every situation has two ways. You don't have to just pinpoint one particular way and decide to follow it. You should also see the other side of it. And thank you again for bringing Bonni B. Bonni B is somebody who I really admire so much on the show. She has stood her grounds, unapologetic, and she gave what she needed to give.
Yeah.
Aside
Thank you
that,
so much.
thank
Thank you
you to
so
you
much,
and your work
Krista.
as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to speak with Latifa Irene. Hello. Hello. You need to
Hello,
unmute.
Mary.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Okay. Latifa, I think you have another device that is on at your end and it's sort of interfering. So can you maybe mute that one so that we can hear just you?
Sure.
This is better. This is better. Once again, you're welcome. Please carry on with your point.
So I think I have followed the show from the beginning. Mostly I follow your analysis as well. And I realized from the beginning how South Africans actually reacted to Bonni B and then Ashley's situation. It was so sad because I think yes, the strike was okay and the punishment too was okay. But I think a big brother of South Africans as well should have spoken about the way KB reacted on the day they were being issued their punishments. And looking at the whole situation, I think South Africans are being unfair here because this is a reality TV show, and these people are actually, at some point in time, yes, even though they have strategies, but they're actually living their normal lifestyles.
Yeah.
And KB playing a victim, it was shocking because this is not a platform where you think you can come and actually just make people tell your story, and you don't want people to use it against you. If you realize at some point, Ashley actually said she has decided not to tell her story, basically because she feels that will be used against her. So she kept it all to herself. And she decided to play the game the way she could play it. So people coming for Bonni B and Ashley and all those things, and finally we getting evicted. I was so sad. And Nate has actually looked at the pattern of situations, and that counseling big brother allowed to happen in the house gave Nate an upper hand to take advantage of people's situations and get them out of the house as a strategy to stay and get to the finals, which I think it's so bad. Because now that she has started with this narrative of Jojo touching her inappropriately, because the first time, I think the first kiss, she agreed to it. And she has touched a lot of housemates, even KB. The way she touches her is some way, but they are not complaining. Then you look at the whole situation. Just this afternoon, I was watching the show, and the advice she was actually giving Ishini, I think she's buying into it. Because just some few minutes back, she was telling Martha and then Abobo about the situation of what happened between she and then Ezra.
Hey, cancel culture will cancel itself this season. No, by the time cancel culture finishes canceling all the housemates, it will not
Everyone will
cancel
be
itself
evicted.
because there will be nobody left to cancel anymore. Maybe to even cancel Big Brother, cancel the entire show and all the sponsors. What the hell?
Because when I actually saw them having the conversation, just right now, some few minutes back, I was like, whoa, this is getting messy. And
My
I
God.
think Biggie should actually, like, production should actually address this whole situation. It's not funny anymore. And with the bullying from Sweet and Ezra towards Uyanda, it's saddening. I actually thought Biggie was going to address this whole situation, but it's like he's behaving as if he's not seen, he's not heard, and they're just allowing things play out.
You know what, yeah, Irene, thank you so much for even mentioning that. Let's have a brief conversation about that. How is it that every time Nate screams sexual harassment, inappropriate touching, which are not necessarily true most of the time, how is it that production runs to, do what they need to do, disqualification and whatnot? And I'm hoping that they don't take up this JoJo's one because it's just going to be a mess, right? But then we have issues of bullying, we have issues of provocation. When that whole Swiss and Uyanda situation was happening, that was a serious case of provocation, and Swiss even pushed Ezra when Ezra was trying to hold him back. There was a lot of violence attached. Before even that one, when Swiss was giving Abobo a pedicure treatment, that guy almost chopped off Abobo's fingers. He was quite aggressive and even violent about it. He was poking Abobo in the chest, and he was goading Abobo because he was goading the guy, provoking him to get a reaction. So this whole sexual harassment conversation, we're not saying it is not a serious case in South Africa. It is, and nobody should take it lightly. But what is now annoying to see is how production does not give attention to other things that break the rules of the house, but instead they only focus on this case now. So it's like Nate is the in-house town crier. When she cries wolf, boom, production moves. But when there are other serious cases of provocation and physical violence or whatever happening, it's like they don't even move at all. They just let it go. Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense because I'm trying to actually believe Nate is production's pet. Aside KB, Nate is also production's pet. Because it's so sad. All these actions from Ezra, Swiss, and the other housemates stores, Oyanda, and then Abobo is just so it's so disheartening. Because they are so condescending on those guys as if they are nothing compared to them, which is not right. Because every housemate in that house has an equal right. So I think Biggie should kind of address this situation. And I have realized that right now, whenever housemates are talking about things that are happening in the house, the cameras are just switching. You don't even get to hear what's happening.
See, in a way, I kind of feel sorry for production this season because I can understand where they are coming from, going out of business for 7 years because of what happened, it's not easy. So when you come back, you're trying to tighten all your loopholes, not allow such an unfortunate incident to repeat itself. So now it now gives the viewers so much power, to the point that they can easily even cancel the sponsors. There's a case of where a society decides to boycott a business and they refuse to patronize the business. Nobody, they just completely cancel the business. I feel like that is exactly what most of these African viewers are capable of doing. So I feel like production is trying so hard to block anything that is going to bring back a repeat of that situation that happened over 7 years ago. But then it's not painting them in a good light either.
And even to an extent that this time around, most of the housemates
we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Hello.
No, we can't. You sound muffled. You sound far away.
I said please can you hear me
Um, Latifa, we can't hear you. You need to bring your device or your mic close to your mouth so we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, perfect, perfect. Carry on, please.
And I think because of this, most of their housemates, frankly speaking, they don't they tend to whisper when speaking this time around. So we don't even get to hear what they say clearly. And it's so sad. It's just so
Hmm.
sad. And I think a lot of viewers are losing interest.
Hmm.
And I think this way is actually not good for the production of the whole program.
Hmm.
Because you are losing viewers, you are losing your market value just because of council culture in your part of the country. At least you can address other issues as well, and you talk to the housemates because Nate is just getting out of hand. And this afternoon, Nshini also starting her own narrative. I
Hmm.
think it's getting messy. I think it's actually
Hmm.
getting messy. Like
It
so.
is. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Latifa. Thank you so
Thank
much for your
you.
contribution.
Thank you for
All
having
right.
me.
You're welcome. All right. Let's quickly move on to S. Kuku. Hi, sis.
Hi everybody. Oh my gosh, my volume. Something was wrong with my volume. I kept trying to
Oh,
because sometimes I was like, okay, I cannot hear. I had to go out, come back in. Finally, it looks like everything is good.
you're welcome. How are you?
Oh my God, it's been a whirlwind of a week.
You know what? Before you continue, guys, I want to give S. Kuku a massive shout out. Sometime this week, she surprised me. She gave a massive token to this platform, and God, it was such a pleasant surprise. So thank you so much, sis. I just want to pray for you that your resources never run dry, that they continue to increase. Thank you so much. God bless you massively.
No, God bless you too, Glory, because you have been such a force, and your impact keeps going beyond what your imagination can ever even
Thank,
think of.
thank you.
And I just pray that God continues to use this platform to continue to uplift and continue to help and enlighten a lot of people. And you are doing
Thank
all of
you.
that.
Thank you.
And oh my God, this week, where do I even start? I already got past the Bunny Bee. I was upset about Bunny Bee leaving on Sunday, but and I shared the same sentiment. I was like, I was just usually I will go on like TikTok and things to watch like the clips or the videos or and things like that. But since then I haven't had the chance. I was like, I'm just going to watch only whatever Glory reports on. That's what I'm going to watch. I'm not going to try to go to TikTok anymore to go look to see to find anything. And it's such a shame
Mm,
because I know when I look at the comments, I realize a lot of other people also share that same sentiment. And
mm,
it continues. But going into the week with KB being disqualified, you had to watch. I was at work, I was driving home, and then I saw the notification of Glory's video. It had probably come when I was at work, and so I saw it, went into it as I was driving, and you said Bonnie KB has been disqualified. I was like, it's out. I screamed in the car. I had to pull over. I was screaming in the car. I was like, oh my God, this is I was like, karma. And I was like, it was just when they say karma is a bit,
that
that
it
is
is.
exactly what it is. And if in as much as Nate is playing the game, I don't. If she was in the US Big Brother, she would go far. She is amazing. I
Yeah.
love the fact that she is manipulative in this way to be able to get to her to the end game. But my only issue, like you say, is these are things that are sensitive in the South
Mm,
African space. So you are doing things or smearing people's names in a way that is going to affect them even after the show. If you are just doing
Yeah.
something for the show and it ends in the house, that's it. That is all.
True.
Do what you've got to do to get to to the finish line. But when you do something now that is going to affect that person's reputation, name, and everything after, and just now again, she's now claiming to be a victim. Oh
Yeah.
my God, air quotes and everything. It's like it's just the how can there's a literature term for this. It's like how do my mind is skipping my mind right now. But it's
What
like
word are you looking for?
it's like the person is now trying to make it seem like she has gotten she has now figured that this South African community
We can't hear you.
is very sensitive, and whatever
Coco, we
she's
can't
been
hear you.
maybe
I think she has a
highlighting,
call.
they are paying attention to. So now she's deciding to start another new campaign.
Coco, we can't hear
And I
you.
feel so bad because they keep falling down like flies
Oh
and
my
they are not
God. I
even
think she has
catching
a
on or
call.
clocking. It's
Hello?
it's really sad. Yes, I'm here. Oh, was
Okay,
I
we lost
muted?
you for a second. No, we lost you.
Oh, no, sorry about that. No, I'm just saying
Yeah,
that
please carry
I
on.
feel so bad because I feel so bad because the people haven't even clocked it that she is just playing them one by one and they cannot even understand what's going on. They don't even
Yes.
understand. And I feel really, really bad. And I feel bad because they're investing their emotions with Nate, but Nate is not. And like everyone is saying, it's like this storyline of LGBTQ community. I feel like she's also just using that community as well.
Yeah.
Because at this point, I don't think it's any alleged in this situation. She is definitely using that community because she is just trying now to just make use of everything, hold on to any kind of strings that can help her get to her 2 million rand.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. And then when not only production, like you said, the plot they've focused on this season is more like about rape, about sexual violence, but at the same time, they need to not overlook like physical violence and bullying.
Yes.
Bullying is such a huge issue that has caused a lot of people to take their lives in so many societies, and they
True.
cannot overlook that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's unfair that up to now, Big Brother has not even reprimanded or even penalized Swiss for his actions towards Abobo, and now the same thing again towards Oyanda. It's like high school. It's which is why I get why they call them the cool kids, because it's like high school where you have the cool people, the cool class, the cool clique, and then you have these people who are like misfits, and you have some people who just get by, and then the people who the
Yeah.
wannabe people, and then like Swiss with his wannabe, his Tupac wannabe style that he's trying to get, as only God knows. It's like
True.
and then you have the people who cannot even have an opinion of their own. Then I know for a fact somebody like what's his name, Tyrone, does not like all what is going on, but he cannot even speak up because he might be
True.
kicked out of the clique.
True.
It is so sad. Somebody like Ashley has shrunk now. It's like she's a shadow of herself.
Yeah.
Which is, and sometimes you mentioned in some of your videos about the impact of not being able to express yourself the way you want to, how you can, which is why somebody like Ashley, when at some point she might cry because she wishes she can act a certain way, but now she's restricted. Somebody like Uyanda
Yes.
now that if he reacts a certain way, he's going to definitely be disqualified. But so the only thing he can do is just to cry, because he has to let out that emotion in one way or another. You have to let it
Yes.
out. And if crying is going to help you let out that emotion, then go ahead and do it.
True.
Because I am sometimes like that. I don't like I'm not a physical person, but at the same time, I can use my words. And in the situation where I know that okay, my words are restricted, and I cannot do anything, I just walk away and just cry, because I need to let it out. You just need to. You cannot hold that emotion. You have to let it out. If not, it's going to come out another way.
True.
And that is why sometimes, and you have to let that out, so that if you let it off your chest, you take it off your chest, take off your mind, take off your. It's like you drop it like a bag. That's what it is. And I just hope that somebody like Uyanda can stay longer in this game, because he is. I think he is like He's like doing what Bonnie B would have done if she would have stayed in that game.
True.
Because those are the two people who stand on principles, and it doesn't matter what, they will still be themselves. It doesn't matter. They don't try to accommodate or change who they are because they want to make some people happy, or they want to join the cool clan or whatever it is. They are not going to change who they are. And I just wish that everybody else can just do the same thing. I just wish.
True.
But unfortunately, it's a game. Not everybody's going to be that smart. You have to have people who are going to be used as sacrificial lamb. So like KB, and then, but I just feel bad because somebody like JoJo, she is going to. I just pray it doesn't get to that point, because she might end up being like Louis, the one on the Young and Famous African who was
Yeah.
from the church, and then went in Big Brother's house, got lost his values and had to have sexual sex in the house, and now he got excommunicated and all of that. I have a feeling that she's going to end up being that way, not only because of the church, but because of the fact that she, on her own self, by the fact that she has violated her own principles, her own values.
Yes.
She is trying to fit in so much, and she's losing herself to be able to fit in. And I just pray that some way she sits back and look at this, she doesn't regret anything, as she's going to probably make a change.
Yeah.
I hope somebody like Katie, now that she's out, can be able to get the help she needs, because when she sits back and she watches everything that played out in the video, if I'm putting this as an if, because if that her grape story was true, to be taken advantage of like that, and then taken advantage of again by Nate in this situation, sometimes can be very triggering, because it's like your life, everybody has to always take advantage of you. But then at some point, at what point do you stop it? You have to be able to, she has to find some kind of healing. She has to go to therapy, whatever it is that she needs to do. But I hope and then it's more like she became more too trusting, maybe, of Nate and Nate's intentions, and thinking Nate was her support system. So maybe she needs to actually evaluate and be able to discern the energies she has around her. I just pray she does. Anyway, let me let other people speak. Wish you all a wonderful weekend. I'll be looking out for more, some glory. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the communication with Bonnie B this morning. I was not able to catch it from the beginning. It was supposed to be 5 a.m. my time. I got up like 3 times in the night. I got up like 2 something, 3 something, 4 o'clock, because I kept thinking I'm going to miss it. And then eventually overslept and got up after 5. But I
I can imagine. Oh my God.
But
No,
I'm glad
I'm glad you came through.
I'm glad I was able to catch it in while she was still on. So I really appreciate you opening this platform to allow people to come and express themselves and share their own side and just clear the air. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you, everyone, too, for being so open, for being so loving and gracious as well. Wish you all a
Thank you.
wonderful, wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Coco. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to Mr. A and then the last speaker for today, Agnes. Hi, Mr. A.
Hey, Glory, how are you? How are you doing?
Good, good. We're looking forward to having you on. We're having a conversation with Bonnie B because I remember you have a lot to say.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually struggling with the network. I actually came on and then, something happened and I couldn't
Oh,
reconnect again. So, yeah, but I mean, I was kind of glad that Bunny B actually, cleared the air, I was
mm,
kind of happy that she sets, some records straight and some, things that, production took away from we, the viewers. She gave us clarity, with regards to
mm,
how she saw, things from her side of view. And also the fact that she actually mentioned that she apologized to
mm.
KB and also to, those her crew all in the
That
same
was
net.
shocking.
That was actually shocking. And I'm so disappointed with production that since that was like some sort of major storyline, how come the cameraman didn't or production team didn't actually focus on the apology that everybody's been waiting for to see how
Yeah,
whether it was genuine or not, but I
yeah.
think they just wanted to run with a narrative that Bonnie B wasn't remorseful. She was unapologetic, and
Mm-hmm,
I think you can actually see that at the moment
mm-hmm,
production are really trying as much as possible to set so many storylines and so many
mm-hmm.
storylines that are very very that could actually damage some certain housemates in their house because
Yeah.
I watched one of your videos where you were making fun of the cameraman running away from conversations from here to there. It's like they were going pew pew. I was like laughing, and 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 I actually find it funny. But I mean, I kind of saw a conversation with um Nate and with Tyrone and is it Ashley? And I was wondering, since this so-called issue is now a sensitive, matter, um, why is the cameraman not actually running? Why are they not running away from that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Why? So, is there a narrative production team that wants to, let the viewers actually, flow with, you know, So are they actually now trying to say that, oh, okay, we're going to go with a Nate storyline and let's see how it
Mm,
flows, Because I was
mm-hmm.
surprised. I mean, okay, if this is not a sensitive matter, cameraman is actually running away from everybody, talking about sexual, whatever it is. But when it comes to Nate, they give her that time to explain
Mm,
herself to the viewers, you know.
mm-hmm.
And is I find it a bit, um, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. But I must tell you though, I mean, Nate is such, I don't know, a mastermind. Seriously,
She
I mean,
is.
I was actually, I was loving our game. And to be honest with you, I was loving our game to the point where it was morally not right anymore. You know,
Yeah.
it was nice if she played her game to the point of setting the housemates up for nomination. That would be a
Mm-hmm.
fantastic game, you know. That
Totally.
would be a fantastic game. But now when you're setting your housemates up for cancel culture in South Africa and you're
Mm-hmm.
rejoicing about it, nah,
Mm-hmm.
you haven't got a heart, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever actually happens with regards to when she comes out of the house, I hope she can actually deal with it, because if this game she's playing inside the house is thinking she's gaining fans and what I think, I don't know, you know, but if she thinks she's actually making her become very popular, stuff like that, well, I mean, I just don't know what to say about her, you know. I don't
Hmm.
know. I mean, I looked at Nate as like EK in All Stars. You know,
Yeah.
Ike was that guy who would just go through that extremity to actually do whatever it takes. But then when he got to that point of doing what he
Yeah.
did to Eliba's clothes, you just said,
Yeah.
nah, man, there's something wrong with this guy, you know.
There should
There's
be a
something wrong with
boundary you don't
there should be a
cross.
boundary. Of course, there's a boundary where you say someone is playing their game, and then when it comes to you just going to the extreme, you're like, nah, I
Mm-hmm.
can't deal with this person anymore, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, and Tyrone was, to be honest with you, when the housemates were actually, you know, entering the house, I like Tyrone for some reason. I don't know. This dancing he said he was actually going to display for us. He was, you know, talking to Splash Africa. So I was looking forward to, you know, a white guy actually dancing and giving the dancing vibes. But, you know, he's gone so quiet, you know, and I think he's just lost in the midst of this whole drama that is actually going on in the house. But one
Mm-hmm.
thing I actually do notice about Tyrone, which is very, very smart, I don't think he's actually thinking about winning this season. What I think he's actually doing is he's putting himself out there on the platform. If you
Mm.
notice, every wager presentation, he's always the one actually being the presenter or the MC. So he's basically,
Mm.
you know, putting himself out there saying, listen, I can do this. You know, whoever is actually out there watching the Big Brother show from the media space, you know, if you want to present or MC or something to actually host something, I can do it. And that's what he's actually doing. And that's very smart.
Mm-hmm.
You know, can you,
Mm-hmm.
every time he's actually, you know, doing, they having the wager presentation, he's always at the forefront, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
that's very smart of him. So kudos to him, you
Mm-hmm.
know. Whatever, I don't think he's a strong character in this whole season. You know, I think he's just a shadow of himself. I don't know whether what his self is, you know, because I haven't actually seen what who Tyrone is. But but yeah, Nate, oh my gosh. The green snake out of the green grass. Wow. She's a vulture.
Okay.
And Ezra, oh my gosh, I don't know. I don't know. Ezra was one of my favorites, you know, and I just saw him. I just said, nah, this guy, nah, there's something wrong with him. You know, I mean, he keeps on saying he's got leadership skills, but nah, that guy hasn't got any leadership skills.
Now, the
Nah,
one that pisses
it's,
me off the most is when he says people don't have social skills. And I
nah.
look at him and
I
I'm like,
mean,
is it because you speak splitly English?
see, no, if you've got social skills, you won't be going around, especially when that fight here happened with Yolanda.
Rianda?
Yeah, and he kept on saying, you see, yeah, you got this. I'm the head of house," and he was showing Yolanda his his head of house badge. I was thinking, is this guy a kid or something? you know, I'm like, come on, seriously, what kind of head of house are you? You know,
Do
but
you
I
know,
think it.
Mr.
I
A,
think
did you know
it's
that every time I look at Ezra, he looks like someone that has never really won something in his life before. So it's like you've won the head of house title. So it's like this huge achievement in his head. That head of house title he won this week, that is what is going to catapult him to the stage on the final day, receiving the 2 million rands. And I'm like, bro, don't you realize that your immunity is only for this week, except you continuously win the title till the final week, which is like probably a 0% chance in 100% of a probability because there are other strong contenders in the house. And besides that, Big Brother will not bring back the same challenges in the arena. It will keep changing. So, how are
yeah.
you sure that you can continuously win all the head of house and head of house challenger till the end? How?
Well, I think
Yeah.
I think it's because it's part of this clique with Stefali and Swiss and Melino. I think they believe as that group they can actually win all the HOH. So it would still go around in that circle. I think that's what they're relying on, you know. But sometimes, as you keep on saying, karma is a bitch sometimes, you know. I mean, eventually something will actually happen and all of them
Mm.
would be up for nominations, and what's actually going to happen, because I mean, I loved Ezra so much, especially when he came into the house. One of his strategies
Mm.
was that he was going to take out the strong competitors. That was what he said, to Splash Africa, you know. So he would, take out the strong competitors and basically leave the weak ones in there for him to actually win the money. But if you look at him, I mean, he's not really doing that because, okay, he's now with Stephanie and Swiss. They formed this clique, you know. So
Mm.
okay, I don't. I'm just kind of. I'm kind of wondering about this guy. I mean, he doesn't really. I don't know whether he's actually watched the Big Brother Niger series to know you forming an alliance on someone, the people are going to revolt against you. So you can
True.
do as much as you can. You can win HOH. You can, be there till day 72, 71. If you're not
Mm-hmm.
getting the fans to actually vote for you on that final day, there's no point. Sorry to say, there's no point, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually win the HOH. You can actually do the same. Say twos that actually got to the final. And what happened eventually? He got kicked out as a fifth housemate to actually leave the house. So
Mm-hmm.
you can play this smart game, but the thing is, you've got to also win the hearts of the viewers
Mm-hmm.
and don't alienate them. And that's what he's doing right now. People are just disgusted with him. It's like, who the hell is this guy? You know, he hasn't got social skills, he hasn't got leadership skills. You look at him as a bully, and then you're thinking, nah, we don't want this kind of person to actually win. That's the mentality some people are actually thinking right now, you know?
And Mr. A, yeah, there's another thing. I'm actually kind of scared for Ezra. I'm very, very scared for this young man. I see the way he plays with Jojo, and I fear for him because he's a very touchy person. Like, he's very affectionate with someone he really likes, and he has said it. He has told Jojo, and Jojo plays along. But every time she plays along, afterwards, she goes to complain to her friends. So my fear for him is this one now that everybody is now carrying the conversation of consent on their forehead like a weapon in Big Brother's house. We don't want to come and hear one story that, oh, Ezra touched me inappropriately because we don't, it's a thing now this season. We don't want to hear another story like that, But I don't know if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I actually see what you mean. But I mean, Glory, I've got to ask you this question. Where does consent actually start and where does it end? You know, where does it start or where does it end? So if I come, let's say if I come to you and I say, oh, you can actually touch me here, I give you that consent. I say, okay, yes, you can. And then 10 minutes later, I go to the kitchen and I come back 20 minutes later. Is that consent still valid? Or do I have to get another consent from you for me?
If you ask me, oh my God. No, this is a very this is a very interesting question you're asking because even me now, I mean, I studied English language for crying out. Now it's as if I don't even understand the meaning of consent anymore because now
well,
me, I'm questioning my knowledge and understanding of that thing. I'm confused as well.
yeah,
Because you asked
because
me very good question. Where does consent begin and where does it end? Oh
and if you
my
think
God.
about it, this whole Nate and Jojo situation where it happened as at the time. So as at the time it actually happened, when Nate or who was it? Was it Jojo was touching Nate or whatever? When it actually happened. So and you were laughing and everything was all, you were all smiling and everybody was all excited, you know, and then 2 days down the line, you start narrating a different story to other people and start saying, felt uncomfortable, but you were laughing. You were playing in that whole situation. You were smiling. So where does the consent actually come? That's what I'm trying to wrap my brains around. So when two of you are, it's not immediately after that thing actually happens. you felt like, oh my gosh, like PK situation where you felt like, oh, you're violating me, But in that situation, you are all kind of, playing around. You're like, going around, you're
Yeah.
touching each other. But, 2 days later, you're now coming out and saying, I felt uncomfortable. I mean, where does it end and where does it stop? I don't get it. I don't really
And
get it.
Mr. Iya, these Swiss Nate and Ezra's clique, they scare me because I don't know if you remember that night when Ezra was wooing Jojo, like seriously wooing her, telling her he likes this her natural smell, he likes how she is, da, 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 da. And there was Swiss, Nate and Tyrone. I think there was also KB. They were there on that bed and they were encouraging Jojo to kiss Ezra. You know, I think I did a video about that where I painted a
Yeah,
picture
I
of
saw
this
that video.
high
Yes,
school.
I saw that video. Yeah.
Exactly, and they would touch Jojo's legs, touch her thighs, and tell her, oh, look at her, kiss him, kiss him. And she too, she will kiss. That situation was so weird to me. And you could sense that Jojo was uncomfortable. So how do we now define that? Is that consent or not? Because obviously she was uncomfortable. So it felt like she was being cajoled and pressurized into playing along, into doing love. Because she said that the next morning when she woke up, she felt angry at herself that she was going out of character just to fit into this friendship group. So do we now tag that situation as lack of consent on Jojo's part?
No, as I said, I mean, it's only the production team or those people in the house that can actually answer that question because I myself, I'm kind of, I don't even know what to actually think about this whole consent and giving consent and not giving consent anymore because I can't rack my brain around it. I mean, tonight is going to be Saturday night party. We'll see whether there's going to be consent or no consent or whatever, Because are you going to go to someone and say, I want to dance with you. Can I hold your, your bum bum? Do you give me your consent? I don't know. I don't get it. That's where that's I'm trying to wrap my head around it. If that's the case, then wherever an action is actually taking place, then a consent has to be given. That's the way I see it. If they are going with the consent,
Yeah.
acknowledgement, yeah. So,
Okay. Thank you so
yeah.
much, Mr. A. I really
You're welcome.
appreciate your contribution. Thank you so
Thank you very much,
much.
Gloria. Thank you,
All
boss.
right. So we're going to speak with our final speaker for tonight because we're trying to wrap up real nice and clean so that we can go prepare for the Saturday night party. So if there's anybody else that wants to contribute, my apologies. I will not be able to take on any more speakers. All right. But we'll definitely continue on the rest of my videos and still on the same live conversation next week. All right. So let's speak with Agnes. Hi.
Hi, Glory.
Hi. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you? I'm such a lucky girl. I had totally forgotten. I had such a busy day. I was in the bank, went to the nails, what and what, all of those things. I forgot. I even missed out on Bonnie B. I feel so bad. But I think I'll just rewind and watch again from the
Yeah.
start. But thank you once again for the platform. As always, we appreciate you. We love you. We always pray for you.
Thank you.
For to speak about the consent thing, Glory, there is a something I noticed about these sociological ideologies, these things that South Africans are embracing more and more from the Western world. The challenging part about that is that there is always a thin line that someone will either use such a thing against you because let me give you an example. You see, what is her name now? Jojo.
Yeah.
Jojo, there is no way she can claim there was lack of consent, yet she participated.
True.
You get. And
True.
Nate, what she was saying, like when that action happened with KB, did she complain? Did she tell KB, no, I'm not comfortable with this? Because for the case of BK, that one we understand the guy expressed his lack of interest, his uncomfortableness, all of that. He expressed that, but KB kept on pushing and pushing. But once you bring in a lot of those things, like in your daily life, sometimes it makes life hard. This is a game. This is Big Brother. This is where things happen at a high speed. People move quicker in Big Brother's house because they know they have just a few months.
Yeah.
And also, it's like now with what happened with Bonnie B, it literally took the mood of the house down. People are scared to speak up. People just there, like they don't know their left from their right. And then with people like Ashley, I never thought for one day that someone like Ashley would be there and don't say a thing, like express herself, because she's expressive. She's one person that will give you her peace of mind. And guess how she was being dragged for nothing? Literally, that strike she got was not needed. It was one of the worst strikes ever issued out to a housemate. Because what did she do? And all of that goes to the thing they're adopting, the cancel culture. Cancel culture is literally bad, that people even lie on others, and those people that are lied against get cancelled, and then when the truth comes out later, it's already too late. We've seen like a lot of people that used to give their opinions, people like Kanye West, everything. That guy is one of the vocal people out there. Like that guy literally lost almost everything just because. And when does freedom of expression make sense? If you have a cancel culture whereby you have, and problem with cancel culture is, if you don't agree with someone's ideology, then you're supposed to be cancelled. So where is the freedom of expression? Where do we share our different opinions? If you like, it's like you have to be always a yes person to that group of people. And I pray that cancel culture never crosses the boundaries of South Africa into the rest of Africa. Because some of us, we say things the way we see them. There is no way I'm going to change my opinion just to please you. Listen to my opinion. Let's agree. Let's have a conversation. But in those parts of the world, the moment you say, babe, people cancel you, you're cancelled, you're what and what. But where is a space for conversation? Like, where is the platform for disagreements and then agreements? Like, where is the space of debate? It's like things don't even make sense. So did you watch that story whereby a lady that was overweight, when the guy tried to resist her from like taking her, then the guy was fired from the Uber company? Like the lady that she was calling for cancellation of the guy. Like, what is that? That's what I'm talking about. That in the society, once you start living a life depending on how people feel, like, oh, I feel like this, so you should respect me. No, how about you respect how I feel about things? Do you whatever you want, but I also am a human being. I'm supposed to also express myself. If you feel like what I believe in, or what I'm saying, it has, I can apologize, we can discuss about it, make me understand you, because these days people just keep quiet and keep their emotions, but they don't change, because sometimes you need someone to express themselves for you to make them understand. Because if I don't tell you what I'm thinking, it will not change in my mind. It will remain like that, because there will be no space for corrections. See, the Big Brother, Big Brother at this point, Big Brother Mzansi is losing even meaning and sense, because what is that? Now we've lost people like Bonni B, and we have people like Swiss that are literally almost physical all the time. What
Mm-hmm.
is even that? I don't even understand. And then this lady, the bald-headed lady, that beautiful lady, what is her name?
Hmm.
The fire she came out with. Literally, I don't see any clips. I don't hear conversations around her. What happened? Bonni B eviction happened. Bonni B
I don't
strike
know.
happened. She's literally like not visible anymore.
Hmm. Yeah, Agnes, are you
We
there?
should
We've lost
appreciate
you.
Nate in her backstack. Hello,
Yes, we can hear
hello.
you. Carry on.
You can
Carry
hear me
on.
now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so people like Nate that are willing to take the risk, those people don't deserve to be out of the game. People need to understand this is not a family reunion. This is not a friends and what. This is Big Brother, whereby literally someone will betray you in the worst way possible, because it is a game.
True. It's a game at the end of the day.
As long as
Mm-hmm.
it takes someone to the final, that's it.
Hmm.
It's like the cancel culture should stay away from housemates so that they can play their game peacefully. And please,
Mm-hmm. Oh
please
my God,
let
what's
everybody be able to express themselves. That's all I have
absolutely.
to say. Thank you so much, Glory.
Absolutely. Thank you so much,
Good
Agnes. Thank you
evening.
for your apt analysis and your contribution. Thank you so, so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all from all the speakers. Everybody has spoken so well. Thank you all so much for your contributions, for your open-mindedness. And before I even conclude, finally, I totally appreciate what Agnes even brought in. Once a part of society notices that certain people are like non-conformist to the norms that society have created. And by society, of course, society includes everybody, right? The institutions, the religious institutions and every other type of institutions, including the people, everybody makes up the society. So when society notices that there are certain people that are what's it called now, non-conformist, you're seen as the bad egg, you know, people don't really like divergence. People don't really like people that have a mind of our own, that thinks away from the norm. It's just like there's this other conversation that has been going on for a while now on TikTok, you know, child-free women speaking up and sharing the joys of being child-free, not necessarily being unmarried, no, but being child free. They don't have kids, and for them, they are living their lives, they're enjoying their lives. But then the mothers, the ones that have kids, not all of them, but some of them that have kids, they have this anger against the child-free women. They are demonizing them and saying that they are not truly happy or fulfilled, that they are just pretending to be happy. It's all fake. And I've been following this conversation for a while. And as someone that is my age, not yet married, don't have a child of my own yet, I can totally relate with the child-free women. It's making me wonder, like, why are you all so mad? Why are people so angry? Why are people so angry? You know? And then a woman who has a child, she comes up with her own story of how, ever since she was a child, she grew up with that mindset of she wants to be a mother. She wants to be a mother. She wants to have her own child. Ever since she was a child, that was the mindset she grew up with. And now, boom, she just became a mother. I think her baby is 1 year old or thereabout, and she regrets it. Not like she doesn't love her baby. According to her, she loves her baby, but she realized that this is not the dream. Why? Because society painted this picture perfect life for women that, oh, as a woman, you must be married, you must have children. And one child is not enough. Two children are not enough. You must have at least 3 children to show and prove that you are fruitful and you are multiplying and you are a real woman. So this woman did an entire video and she was just sharing about her frustration, and she said this is not even about postpartum depression. No, she's just sick of it. That this was not the life that she asked for, you know. So she gave her own reasons as well. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the debate is there. I find it's quite ridiculous that the women that have kids, that are married, they are demonizing the women that have chosen not to have kids. I'm like, is it by force? You know, so but that is conversation we could likely have after the show ends, because there are so many of them like that. And these are conversations that people sometimes shy away from having, because it's like, for instance, now you go to a public place and you are somebody that by nature you like peace and quiet, but then somebody has a child that is crying and making so much noise. The moment you move away from that parent and the child, they just look at you with a disgusting look and they demonize you and they say you are evil, you hate children, and then you're fighting for your life. You're trying to explain that, no, it's not like I actually hate children. I just don't like inconvenience. I don't just like noise. So there's so many scenarios like that. You know, it's like society, not just in South Africa, not just in Nigeria, but all around. Society don't just like people that think different. They don't just like people that think outside the box, you know. But I'm glad that over here in this community, we have a diversity of mindsets. We have a diversity of individuals from different walks of lives, from different societies, different locations around the world. And every time we converge here to have conversations like this, it's an enlightenment session. I learn from you, you learn from me, we exchange information, we exchange knowledge. And the fact that we're pretty much very open-minded to listening to everybody's perspective. And, you know, you don't have to agree with someone, but at the end of the day, we end up having a mature and intellectual conversation. It makes my day. And I want to appreciate all of you for being a part of this community. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much for how you showed love and support to Bonni B. That is what we're on about here, right? We break through the barriers, we break through conversations, and we at the end of the day, whether we agree or not, you know, at least everybody goes away feeling satisfied. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much. I see the child-free conversation is still going in the comment section, guys. I have a lot to say, but this is one conversation I'm going to pin on my to-do list for after the show. There's a lot of conversations like this that we need to have, and I cannot wait to rub minds with all of you. And that said, thank you all so much for your time. Thank you so much for your contributions. I will see you guys on another episode of Frankly Speaking with Gloria Elijah. Guys, please don't forget to like the live, like the video, okay? Give it a thumbs up, like the video. And if you missed out on Bonni B's conversation, once this live is over, you can replay it. It's all there, all right? You did not miss out on anything if you replay it. And so that is it. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you guys on another episode of Frankly Speaking with Gloria Elijah. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and bye.